Hello, I'm
Oh.
David Antelon. Many people die without ever having learned to read. Afterwards, they are usually washed in the river of memory and reforged into the new cycle. But what about those who continue to linger in the world afterwards? With so much time on their hands, there must be something to do. That's why I and a few of my fellow ghosts have begun the Virgil Institute, a place where dead minds can learn to read and think objectively. If you have books that you no longer need, please consider donating them to the ruined tavern near the edge of town. We'd really appreciate it. For just one opulence a month, you too can help make a difference.
Hello and welcome everyone. Now this has been a PSA announcement from the Ghost Council of Session 4 of Day to Who Died, and now we are on our way to Session 5. I hope you're all excited. I am very much so. And we begin this session the next day. We are now past the great storm of the night, the thunderbirds overhead crashing and thundering and screaming sounds as lightning snakes across the air, striking into the earth below. And the storm rages for a long time, heavy rains turning this earth into mud, long tracks of rivers made from the gouging across the land. But now the storm begins to end. The thunderbirds flying away, the rumbling getting further and further, just in time for the clouds to part, flying away in their own directions, and the sun, its dead body rising over the horizon, a most beautiful sunrise. Cascades across the dew of the grass. Even the muddy terrain seems to take on a strange sort of quality on this day. Everything seems a lot more vibrant, a lot more intense to a new degree. The reflections of pink in each dewdrop just shine just a little brighter. The smell of the fresh rainfall in the air. Even over this ruined landscape of what's happened, everything today just feels a lot more alive. No, maybe alive's not the right word. In a strange sense, if one were to crest over the hill, one of the small unruined hills, and to look down across the devastation that has become a flame dance, there would be an oddly sort of sereneness to it, an unspoken beauty of a lingering landscape, even amidst this destruction. For today is the day of beauty, Cinder's Day, Day 9. And the camera pans from this scene over to the untouched apple orchard, at least the part nearer to the Temple of Damar, the Order of the Enriching Earth. And then we go inside, where those glowing rocks illuminate the place. And we see one individual lying there, just surrounded head to toe in mud, caked over. There's not even a blanket to cover him. But just the feeling, but that does not mean he does not feel warm. That does not mean he feels cold. If anything, the thing that he wakes up to is just that pulsing sensation permeating through him. Boom, 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 boom.
I open my eyes.
Mm-hmm.
The feeling is gone. It's not the same as the feeling I had just before. Did I faint? I blinked 3 times. I feel drops of Leviathan in my eyes. There's no longer mud in my eyes. Yes, yet I can still feel the mark all over everything else. I look around me.
And greeting you as you wake and you turn your head to turn, it's that strange orc Ixios with his dark dirt brown skin, his golden tusks, a wry sort of smile on his face, and those emerald green eyes gazing down at you and just staring at you with an odd intensity.
I what who was that? What was that thing? He was there when I saw the big serpentine figure, wasn't it? I think he was.
No, it was the other orc, the
Okay.
priestess.
I
But
saw, and still like even though I didn't see him there, like I still like imagine he being as knowledgeable as he is. I look at the ground again. I trying to recollect, like make the images, project them in the earth as if that would help me remember better. I saw, and my eyes are very big. Like now that the experience just a memory, not the connection that it was then, but that is still a very intense memory. I saw. What did I see? I asked the orc in front of me, for I look for answers in him.
there's a small silence as he sort of tilts his head to you as he's looking at you, considering something almost immeasurable as you ask your questions. What do you think you saw, Atlas, son of Grace?
I said a word in the Marian. I don't know what word I said, and I don't remember the sound, but that felt like what I saw.
There were two things you said in Damarian. Once to Chete, and that phrase was, "I have answered the call, and I come humbled." The second phrase was, "Praise unto Damar." I am not sure what you think you saw.
I stand
Perhaps
up.
you could explain it to us.
I stand up, and I look around the place, not just the orc, and I think on the other people that were there, and I look for them with my eyes.
Mm.
If I see any of them, I
Yeah,
nod.
they're here. They are here. The along with most of the rest of the clergy here at this moment, the young acolytes. But you see Chite, the head of the order. You see Raphael, the satyr, and that one human. You never got his name.
I I like show with my palm to the direction of Lafiel, and actually like the three of them, like I point them, but not with an index finger, but my palm, like a less rude gesture, so to say.
Mm-hmm.
And I look back at him like saying like like ask them like they should know better than me.
Mm-hmm. And he there's another held tilt as he's looking at you, almost like a slight shift in his eyes. And that's the other thing, as he's looking at you, the more he's looking at you, the more and more you're getting this feeling like it's scrutinizing you, taking in more of you than it should be, this gaze. And even as he moments this tilt of his head as he's looking at you as you do this pointing thing, you almost feel like the gaze has shifted just a bit, as though it's like another set of eyes have a fresh perspective as it's looking at you.
As he does that, I would feel like particularly vulnerable, being scrutinized in such a way. But with the now dry, earth in my body, I feel well. I don't feel I have anything to hide. I feel embraced by the earth, and I just when I see like his expressions, I know, and I look at one of the clerics that has some Demarian tattoos on their bodies, and I ask him, uh, I Clayman, I'd like a tattoo.
Hmm. And he tilts his head again as you ask him this. Hmm. We would be happy to grant you one, young acolyte. It would be the first step of your initiation into the order of the enriching earth.
Is that is that what Demar wants of me?
You came and you said to us that you answered the call and you come to us humbled.
Yes.
And what does that sound like to you?
It was the best thing I could say with what I was contemplating. I, as I said, I didn't know the meaning of the words I was saying when I said them. But there is something I wanted to do. I came here almost. What day is it? How did I like palm my body? But I already know it. They're not in my body. I left my chains. I left my book in the Temple of Opiate.
We've always found it strange that such simple things hold such attachments. Maybe you can explain to us why those chains in that book mean so much to you. That's the first things that go into your mind.
The book. Lars. Lars likes to. He bought a book. I think he bought 2 books in his life. Then on, he memorized them, all of them. He could cite you by page, by phrase, by line, and he just traded them. He never need to, like get that book from food or from coin or any other thing. He just traded the books. He memorized them fully so easily. I haven't memorized the lexicon of breathing earth at all. Not even memorized it and being able to cite by page, but I haven't memorized it. I know several passages I like, but I am still trying to at least get a hold of the words. And until I can get a hold of the words, at least, then I still need the book. for consultation, and the chains carry a weight. I wanted to give the chains to the temple in exchange for a divination. I wanted to know what can I know what the lexicon says, but like what can I do for the Mar? What can the Mar get from me, Atlas, first son of Grace? And I wanted to know that because we've all lost so much. I'm so fortunate that I did not, but the Mar did. And I know its feelings and understandings are so much beyond mine, but I know the Mar lost something that probably she was attached so strongly, much more than I could be attached to anything. And I right now, right now, yes, right now those chains need to mean uh, understanding. I will trade them for wisdom in what I must do now, what the Mar wants of me.
He tilts his head, and it's still that same expression that's on his face. You know, it almost doesn't seem to change imperceptibly, but it's every time he blinks. And it's not often that he does, but he blinks again, and it's almost like that gaze of his is once again looking at you in a fresh new perspective, and yet at the same time still as scouring as before, looking into you. We think you already have found your calling. We think that those chains represent more than what you say. We think you should keep those chains until you know you no longer need them.
I slowly nod, my eyes wandering from one point to the floor to the other, trying to take that image off the floor as I ponder. I slowly raise my head, probably in the slowness typical to orcs. Some of their body language sometimes comes out, especially when it comes to reflection and on displays too. I see. Well, if that is what you think, then it's what I will do. I Collins, I had this. Do you know? I had this watchman, Rakandu. He talked about doing something for the town. At first, I thought he was trying to intimidate me into accepting the job. He talked of Hansa Kuhn. I know very little of that name beyond him being the captain of the Watchmen, but I know that some really scary people that scare me, say that name. They try to hide their own fear, as they say it. I, but no, he was kind to me before. I don't think he was intimidating. Yet he said it so blatantly, everything that I would be afraid of, and every reason why I would not take his offer. He said that he needed help, something for the town. That is why I would take it. But he also said what I was thinking, that I would be away from my family as I did the mission, and he didn't know when I would be required, and I am worried that if they require of me in a moment that my family needs immediate help, I would put my family first. Yet I was telling Demar I would aid it. So I must, that means something. I must make that something solid. Could it be Rekondu's calling to help the town? What Demar wants of me? Is that the calling? Or do you think that the calling is to become a humble acolyte? Or is it something else that you say I know and yet I cannot put into words for myself to easily follow? I know everyone is corruptible and I'm afraid I'm very corruptible. It's very hard for me to quell my passions to the point that my mind can see so clearly as you do.
There's another tilt, another weird sense of that sensation of brand new eyes looking at you again. Every time we encounter one of you, it boggles us. I wonder how lonely it is to be alone in one's own thoughts, drowned by it. But you are not alone in your own thoughts, not anymore. You feel the pulse. You heard the call. Damar is with you. Damar is in your mind, in your body, in the soles of your feet. Damar is with you. Why yet do you still doubt?
Because everyone but Demar is corruptible. Everyone. And I guess I know myself too closely to be too aware of how or where I could be corrupted. As I say this, my right arm, like it's like trying not to become a fist, but it does, and the tension kind of like goes to my right shoulder, and I say, the thoughts bring me comfort as does the soil. It's my passions that sometimes make me feel lonely. I should pay no mind to them. Please, I know you have many cycles ahead of you and many before you, but I'm of a species that will go away in a blink. I don't have thousands of cycles to contemplate that which is so obvious to you just seeing at me. Please help me with an easy answer. What is the calling that I found that you are so sure I found it and yet I am so confused? Don't let it be a next life where I answer the calling as I'm still trying to understand and reflect upon it. Our lives are so short and yet we are made of clay. We are made of earth. So I want to be of service to the earth.
There's a long silence as he seems to be just looking at you before he finally closes his eyes. We know that Damar has called you to serve it, but you yourself are not so sure. such crushing doubt. We think that in order to understand why Damar has called you, you must go out. You must see the scars upon it. We can still feel those wounds even from here. We feel those cries. Rakandu. The Vaigish. Yes. Yes. He calls to you for the Forest Watch. And from what I believe, it is to rebuild, it's to retill, it's to find life amidst the ruins. All these things are good for Damar. The choice is yours, Atlas, but trust in Damar. Trust in its guidance. It's brought you here. Damar demands the retilling. Damar demands growth from what has been lost. The question now is, are you the soil to be tilled? Or are you the tool to till it?
I nod again, very slowly, so taking in at the same time that I nod. And I go back to the neutral stance of my head. Thank you for your wisdom. I think I know what I will do now. I look at the frame of the place. What kind of hour does it look like it is? I don't remember if Ricardo gave me an hour or a place to meet him with the answer.
You don't really remember. It's a bit fuzzy. He did say the next day,
Yeah,
but you're not sure what time it is. And as a matter of fact, looking, the only source of daylight is out through the entryway, and you can actually see the pink rays glittering off some of the grass and the apple trees from here.
So it's very soon. And I say, but first, I do want that tattoo. That's what I said. You're right.
Not now. There will be ritual for that. That will take time. You have a field to till. Come back. Come back tomorrow. And be clean.
Cleaner than today will be hard, but I'll do my best. I say, I make a slight bow and I go out to the temple in my usual way of doing so.
And with that, as you go along your way back out past the apple trees and stuff, we turn back to the House of Contemplation. Warmuhal and Remington, you both find yourselves coming out of the haze of dream and such. As a matter of fact, for you, Remington, it's so strange because just like with a dream, you don't even remember how you'd gotten there. You don't even remember until you wake up that you would actually come into the house of contemplation with Wu and found Muhal asleep. And yet for you, you felt this indescribable pull towards him, as though for a moment he seemed so vibrant and real to you. And when you touched him, that's what happened. You touched him, and that's when you went into the dream. Why you didn't remember that, you're not sure. Kind of like how when you're in the middle of a dream, you don't realize you're dreaming. But you wake up now, and there's dawn light coming in through the curtain. And Muhal, you too wake. High Priest Guvish is making his exit out through the curtains at this moment.
As I rise.
And Wu,
My apologies.
no, and Wu is still there, Remington, just so you know. But he seems like very wry and kind of just looking, floating there in the middle of the way, looking at everyone sleeping. Before he looks back at you and he's staring at you very curiously.
Well, I, Remington, excuse myself from this scene. Meanwhile, David turns to Wu and gestures to Muhal. This is the one I was bringing you here for. My friend, he has a strange connection with our kind. He could see me at least.
You vanished when you touched him. Where'd you go?
That's... I lift a finger and look down and like I'm kind of shaking my finger like I'm trying to think, how can I explain this? It's a strangeness attached to him. He has a link to some other world. I think perhaps that's how he's able to interact with me so easily.
He is a priest of opiate, isn't he?
My
That would
eyebrows
make sense.
lift. It's like kind of like I don't remember. I'm looking at it like I didn't tell him that. How did you know that? It's true.
Is our grandparent. All Fae know who opiate is.
And I nod in understanding. Ah.
He looks so confused.
Well, he was just... We were in another place a moment ago. And... I'm not sure if I should share what happened there. Could be of a personal nature for him. But it was... definitely... unusual.
By the way, Muahal, Remington, David Anzalon seems to be talking to thin air to you. You can hear him very clearly, even as you're getting the bearings of the world around you. But he seems to be explaining something that isn't there, which may mean there's another ghost that you can't see, or something else that you can't see.
Anxiety.
Found by the barrier of the ghostlands.
Rouse myself from my slumber, that deep, overwhelming sense of ideas, concepts, information, the whirlwind of feeling and thought and emotion of that communion, that oneness of mind and heart and soul, for the briefest of moments with the dream weaver, but of course, in the land of infinite potentiality, an instant can be a lifetime, or vice versa. I'm still. It takes me some moments. I open those massive green eyes. My pupils still wide. They contract and then expand again. I blink a few times, reacclimating myself to the world of limitation of flesh. It takes me a moment to see the translucent form of Remington, and I think for a moment, am I still dreaming? No. I'm in the harvest house, or
You're in the House of Contemplation.
oh, that's correct. My apologies. I see the furs and smell that familiar incense. Oh, David. And David Anselon, you are here in both mind and physicality. What physical yet remains? But who is it to whom you speak? For I do not see what you refer to. Be it another spirit, another departed soul.
I tilt my head at you and look down and furrow my brow. It's a bit perplexing. And disappointing, I should say, that you cannot see Wu here. And I look to Wu and I shrug and like that's too bad kind of look on my face and then look back to Muhal. I I met some people yesterday. People
Yeah,
like me. You see, I'm not as alone here as I thought.
my eyes widen. Yes, of course. With such devastation, it is a sad expectation that such would occur. But no matter, I need not see the person you speak to understand their plight as I understand, as if it were my own, the plight of you yourself. Who is this individual? And I look in the direction of where you were conversing with, as if to, while I cannot see this ghost, to address them as best I can. I know they are here, even if I cannot perceive them. Perhaps I knew this one when they still walked with flesh.
Ah, well, there is a good reason that I brought this one here, Muhal, rather than any of the others. In fact, I'm not certain I want them all to know about you just yet. So, I wouldn't go looking for them. But this one here is a sprite. The only one I've seen since the calamity. Yes, I could see on your face you realize the significance of this. There might be some sort of useful information we can gain from him.
Who is this ghost? I knew many sprites, and I have not seen a one since the death of death itself.
And I'll look to Wu and say, you don't mind if I share this information, do you?
Wu at this time had actually flown over to Muhal as he's talking, and has been floating in front of his face the whole time, sort of just watching the way he speaks and everything like that. And there's one or two times where he actually goes to reach out to touch him, but then he stops and sort of pulls his hands back just a little bit, almost longingly though, as though he didn't want to stop reaching out towards it. But as you direct your question to him, he turns and he looks at you with those big eyes. He goes, "Yes, I think that'll be fine. He feels so warm. I'm so cold."
And I frown, stare at him with some degree of concern here. both, sympathy for our shared plight, but also a little bit of fear that he might try and do something to Muhal. So I sort of put my hand um, in front of Wu and like wave him back a little, just like gently ease him away from Muhal.
Yeah.
He wants to know
And
who
you
you
do
are.
put the small little pressure. Yeah, and he just sort of floats away and starts floating off in another direction, taking in the sights.
I say, as if to, as an addendum to this conversation, you say in Thuban, to where I think this spirit is, where I saw David Anzelon sort of speak to my grievance for the ill fate that has befallen you, child of dream. Perhaps I knew you, perhaps not.
He
I
knows
will.
my tongue.
Never mind.
You do not speak Thuban, do you?
I do.
You do. Okay.
Yes.
And so he actually turns, and he's got those wide eyes, and he sort of floats back over. He can speak. He can speak my tongue. Oh, if only it were one of my own. If only.
Well, it's not too
I'm
late
sorry.
that perhaps we can get you back to the rest of the sprites once we figure out where they've gone.
I do not know where they've gone. I just think they've gone home. That's
I
all
give
I
a
know.
puzzled look over to Muhal. He says that the sprites have gone home. You know what that means?
And I close my eyes, and I look down, and then up again. The look of both sadness and longing, as I do know what that means. Yes, of course. I'm still speaking. Um,
Thuban?
well, no. If you asked, did you ask me that in Thuban?
We'll just be conversing in Thuban for Wu's sake.
Okay. So as I know that you speak Thuban now. I continue, open my eyes somewhat, and then all the way once again, I look deeply into your visage, your gaze, and yes, for the sprites are the children of the dream dragon, and are inexorably connected, more than even many fae. They share a union, a connection with the realm which we ourselves have shared, David Anselon. That is their home, and that is where they have returned. At least if that surely must be the meaning of what you say. And do you not see, David, yes, it's all the more, all the greater, yes, in this time of a world on the brink of death, that opiate comes ever closer, the silver star draws upon the surface, like the final moments of dawn when the pink morning star comes as if to touch the land itself and ignite the sky in a brilliant pink.
There's no need to be overly poetic, Muhal. There are things to be done around here, as you know, and I gesture out the window. Now, are you trying to tell me that these sprites are all asleep somewhere?
I do not believe so. Perhaps But if they fell to slumber where they stood, we would see their sleeping forms now, still wrapped in that dream silk that they weave. Oh, I believe they have gone, both body and soul, reclaimed, taken back.
My eyebrows jump up as he mentions, the body as well has dispersed. Hmm, that's a bit. And I just
Yes.
start pacing around, rubbing
Yes,
my
that's
chin.
what seems... That seems right. I don't know why I think that's right, but it seems that way.
I seem
Oh,
almost giddy with, not giddy is perhaps the wrong word, but in excitement of a sort goes through me. I seem to almost shiver with that news that you tell me of. My God, my goodness, the what this may mean. When I used to shake it off, it's like, there's work that needs, to be done. There's like, that's right, you're right. I remember where I am. Who is this one, this poor orphan soul who yet remains? Perhaps I knew this one.
And as I'm pacing around, I'm
I'm
also thinking about
woo.
what this means. The fact that these sprites can, their whole physical being and mind can be shunted into the dream. That lends a more of a reality to this dream than what I thought of it just being a fictional happy place that you go when you close your eyes. More of an actual physical realm if these sprites can transcend over to it.
I'm Woo. I don't know. Yes, you are Moohal. I remember. We've been here for so long, haven't we?
And I still look, around, taking, all this in, unable to perceive this ghostly sprite.
Oh, I forget he can't hear me.
What?
I'm so cold.
Oh, right. Uh,
I feel
my
so
mistake.
cold.
I'll interpret for you, and I share the message with Wu Hall. He says his name is Wu. He's only been like me, so I kind of put my hands on my chest for a few days.
Okay,
Coinciding with the calamity, I think.
no doubt. And do I know this individual, or did I know this individual? Is perhaps the more apt term.
Woo, the name seems familiar. It's not one you cross necessary paths with or something like that, but you remember it was a very, very old sprite. At least the last time you remember seeing him living, and near the end of what it would be the average lifespan of a sprite. So very old. But you haven't seen him or heard much about him in maybe a chain.
And I closed my eyes once again in recollection. Woo. I know that name. I did not know. And I'm sort of speaking to this sprite. I'm addressing him, even though I can't perceive him. And I look out like a blind person having a conversation. It is speaking in the direction, perhaps, of where sound is coming from. I remember you. Though I did not know you as a close companion. Yes. I recall you here many hours of the house of contemplation. I remember
Yes.
the story of the rabbit and the grasshopper, yes. I remember. So many cycles ago. My heart
Oh, you
goes out to
remember.
you, but
That's
know
good.
that opiate is yet near. And as David can attest, even amongst the departed, that is no barrier to opiate. For he has felt what you and I have felt so often. Dreams of home.
I nod enthusiastically. Yes, he's right. Hall, can you? His body's gone, but can you take the rest with you to the dream and leave him there with the others?
I close my eyes and again, like in thought, deep thought, I look down. I take my clawed hand, my taloned hand through a bit of the sand and burnt out incense from an overturned brazier, and I watch the scintillating light of the little crystals of incense sift through my fingers. And I look back into you, perhaps, but not me, not yet. For my power and potency is not one of greatness, but perhaps with time, perhaps with the cultivation. No, the Dream Weaver. You have seen him, David. You know of his power. He is far more attuned to the dream world than even I, though I have been here for many, many cycles. Perhaps he may help, but more than that, I look over and I rest my gaze for maybe like 3 full seconds, a little bit too long, upon the sleeping form of Rose. David. I go up to you, and as if I'm like whispering, well, you are a human, I can't whisper in your ear, but I get up to your,
I lean down for you.
and to you. What I say is true. There is yet hope, and hope more than just a mere fantasy. That child is more than just a human child. There's destiny upon her, and within her heart, her mind may be the key to recovering and to do as you say. But I do not know. There are too many unknowns, but the Dreamweaver, he will know. He will have answers that I do not. I will seek him out, as you should as well. Mayhap he can perceive you now as well in the world of flesh, though I have no guaranteed answers for you. This is an uncertain time for us all, both the living and the dead, no matter what faith you prescribe to. But I will help, as I have helped. We will find answers.
My eyebrows lift and I look at this child in surprise, and then back to Hall as he proclaims that this might be the solution to our downfall here. That is some interesting news. I sort of look at the child again, squinting at her, then back to Hall. Well, I can only hope that you're right, of course. But in the meantime, I really do have my hands full, as it were. Let me try to explain. There are many, well, not terribly many, a dozen or so, who have the same condition as me and Wu here. And as I'm discovering, as I look at my palm, we have a taste for the warmth provided by the living. Like, look at you with like the grave expression, trying to imply what that means without actually saying it. So you see, I wonder if we can find solace for Wu here by getting him to where he belongs. Perhaps we can bring some hope to the rest and keep them from doing anything too drastic.
I look up with mild concern upon my face, but it quickly passes, and that same almost apathetic kind of, whatever, kind of, not that I'm like not paying attention to you, but as if I'm not concerned by this. But may I make a theology roll? I do to determine what I am aware of while I am theologically minded. That of the ghost lands of the spiritual, and I see Michael is actually not here, so I'm just gonna do
Just
one.
do it.
Did you catch that, dear Flame Tender? You are muted. Can I make a theology roll to see what I know about ghosts and catch what David is trying to tell me of warmth and warmth?
Yes, you may make a theology roll.
Okay, I shall do so. I love 8s. I do not love 1s, however, but I'll take it. 21.
Total 21. Okay. That's enough for you to understand the idea, being a priest yourself at least, the way the normal cycle is supposed to work. For those who do not gain enough piety to achieve the great state of sainthood, the general thing that happens to a ghost is that when they die, a spiritual servitor of the divinity that they worshipped in life will come for them and take them down to the underworld for their soul to be washed and to the tools forged to be reforged so that they may be reincarnated into a new life for another chance at opportunity to achieve saintdom once again. There are, however, certain occasions when a ghost, when the spirit, for whatever reason, is not collected or is cursed, or especially in at least David's case, something goes wrong where the spirit is not collected, the spirit is not able to go to the underworld anymore, and they become a ghost. And in order to keep existing, because the longer they exist without being taken, the colder and colder they become. And until they're just completely subsumed by the cold and just fade away, never to be given the chance to reincarnate ever again. But in order to persist, they need to drink the life force energy of the living, which constitutes the warmth.
And I look into you, I nod. I know of what you speak, David, of the great cold you both must feel. I do not envy such sensation, though I believe there is a way for you all to yet endure. And for you, David, and for you, Wu, and for the remaining souls who are lost. As I assume that what happened to David happened to the rest of them, and that is the reason, in this apocalyptic moment, this great horrifying event. The warmth of the living is not a gift featured only in the bodies of the sapient. With the devastation of the land, there will be many other creatures, other animals, who will seek to prey upon the people here. For food is scarce, and even for the mindless beasts, they will turn to the two-legged in times of desperation. Seek these predators out, feed upon them, and you would aid yourselves and keep those who are yet behind safe. Perhaps, David, spirit of you may be remembered in those you care for most. Do what you can for them, David, for you, I know, with utter certainty, the conviction and the leadership that is your gifts. You have what it takes. You will keep them safe. I know that you will do this, and I think you will have a chance.
There's a look of that sudden realization, and then I get a big smile and an enthusiastic nod. That is brilliant, Moorhal. Yes, two with one stone. If we go and pick off these scavengers by taking their heat, why that solves two problems, doesn't it? And then we won't have to inflict our chill upon any of these poor townsfolk who have suffered. They don't deserve any more suffering. That, where would I be without your wisdom? Honestly, Moorhal, thank you so much for this, my friend.
You need not thank me. We all suffer as one.
I'm glad that my expression suddenly gets like real contemplative. And I nod slowly. I'm glad that you understand this. I've tried to explain that same thing to the others like me. But it's difficult. Many of them have lost hope. They think of themselves as a part.
I know. But it takes a strong heart. Even the most despairing can yet be reclaimed. And even if, well, you will do all that you can. And I believe in you. And I leave you to what must be done, what only you can do.
And I nod with certainty and purpose. And then I say, but what about Wu here? Are you able to get him into the dream?
I will seek the counsel of the Dreamweaver, and I will see what can be done.
Good.
I hope to have more answers for you then.
Yes, in the meantime, I think perhaps I'll take Wu to the outskirts. Test your theory. See how that goes. Then we'll come and seek you out and see what you've learned in the meantime.
I wish you well, David Anzelon. And you, Wu, you as well. I switched to Thuban.
I stand up, and I give another long look to Rose. My brow furrowed as I'm trying to figure out that little puzzle. I turn to Wu, and oh my god, and address him in Thuban. Come, Wu, let's go and try this new idea.
Yes, let's. I'm so cold. I just want to be warm again.
And that's exactly what we're going to try and do.
And he follows you very much, ready to test out the theory. So Mohal, you, as you begin to make your way around,
my previous soliloquy, I gather these things and. My apologies. You were going to say something.
It's very. Yeah. So if you do give a look around, you realize Daguvish is actually nowhere to be found inside the temple at this moment.
Yeah, I think he didn't come with us.
Yeah. No, he. If anything, he left. But at this moment, I believe you're packing your things. Yeah, if I recall, remind me again with you when you went from the last soliloquy. Basically, you were packing your things to get ready to meet up with Rakantu, right?
Oh, for sure. Yes, I see strange scene of mud and of soil smeared in strange symbols on the wall, and it is my belief that Opiate has come in the night to show wondrous splendors to Atlas, so I am quite pleased at that. But I get the things I have said. I get that great, the final thing, that great pelt of that woolly creature from the cold wastes of Nif. Give the paints to Rose and of other such things as they all rouse from their slumber. We will. We've gathered all that we can, all the unguents, all the herbs and such things to help the wounded and the dying. We will make it our way back.
And with that, we turn the scene to Rakondu there, who throughout the entirety of the storm has sit under what little bits of remaining shelter he has had. And the storm thundered and roared, and even every so often, despite the placement of where you were, occasional strong gust of wind with small flecks of wet dampness would hit upon you, but not to any great degree that it would be of great harm, just very uncomfortable, even more so for one of your own kind. But that's very quickly gone by as you bring yourself close to the fire, thinking about the things that you had experienced in the night. And now, with the storm passing and the pink rays of dawn darkling over this place, I will leave that up to you for the most part. But now it is a new day. It is the 9th day, and you know you will have to find your volunteers and report to Hansa Kuhn sometime before.
So I get up from my camp. I'm walking through some of the perhaps the townsfolk are getting up and whatnot. It's damp. It's wet. It's muddy. My feet sink down with each step. That does not deter me as I look with a sort of a harsh gaze. My eyes sort of squinted. My brows furrowed. And I'm sort of in a scowl upon my face as I move through this. And I'm sort of just moving about. I'm purposely not, very introverted kind of a person. So I don't go out of my way to talk to people or anything like that. I'm just sort of moving about the perimeter, as people are getting up out of cover from the storm and whatnot. I'm up, having already cleaned my sort of armor and my weapon and a bit of my shield, making sure everything's all connected and working. I look, I'm basically just wandering around looking for capable-bodied or capable people, meaning, um, men, mostly, people that look to be in shape or, stronger-looking men. Um, but as a note, if there are any women with blonde hair or, I also look for women as well. But like my first go is to look for capable-looking men. If I don't really find as much, then I'll stretch out to some other women. Mostly first it's all everything's all rigid and ordered in my mind, right? It's like first human man, top of the list, and then below that would be an ogre, and then below that would be a satyr, and then below that would be women, and so on. And I have these things sort of categorized and listed in like priority order in my mind as I move about, and I go to them, and I'm basically saying the same thing. I am Rakondu of the Forest Watch. I'm here sent by Hunter Kuhn to look for volunteers. I'll walk to like a small gathering of people, and I approach them all like formal and all like upright posture and whatnot, like an army man, and I say this speech to them. I'm looking for volunteers. You will not be paid. You will not be given food or water. but you will be doing a service to the people of Flame Dance. And to
Good
your king.
number of these. Yeah. A good number of people are kind of looking at you, and they're looking amongst themselves, like, is he for real? Like, there's no benefits. Then there's a few of them that do get up, and they go there, like, whatever you, most of them you have you need. One of them, actually, you do recognize, actually, is the man who, the human man who carried the torch. Now that you see the dawn light out, you actually realize, despite the whiteness of his beard and his hair and stuff like that, it's more than just age that has whitened it. You see actually like thin streaks of what would have been the color of his actual hair color is actually silver along like some small patches of his beard and thin white silver stripes in his hair still. And he gets up and he nods to you. It's like, of course, anything I can do to serve this community, Forest Watchman.
I don't thank him. Or anything like that. I just sort of nod. Then I look at if any others in this group join. I see no one else.
Yeah, they're.
And then or like a few others,
see,
and then I move on.
Yeah. It's not a horrendous group of people that you get. Most of the ones that you get, I mean, of them, he's the oldest one and one of the least injured individuals that you manage to gather. Most of the people who you get up are either younger or more hardy. And yes, you do collect an ogre or two after a little bit of some translation.
Actually,
dancing.
yeah, I should know. I don't speak their filthy language, so.
Yeah.
But
you do manage to get one or two after a little bit of a dango.
Yeah, and I'll have them along. I mean, don't arm them or anything. It's basically like, you're coming with me. I'm just gathering like a group of volunteers, like not. I mean, I have no means of arming them or anything like that. But over in the distance, maybe on the other side of the thoroughfare, where like a lot of people are waiting, right? There's my master, or the smith that I worked under. And now and then I'll look over there, thinking back, but then I'll maybe that older guy, like Forest Watchman, and then I'll turn to him. Right. Let's continue on. And I'll continue just sort of looking around, just seeing who I could get.
By the time that Muhal actually gets to you, it's you've gotten a group of at least maybe 15 individuals, a small assortment of humans, ogres, and a few satyrs in the group. And Muhal, you make your way. He's not even by his computer at the moment. And
I'll see Mulhall, and like I don't really need to say anything to him. I just like regard him. I just look at him and like just nod at him, like okay. As a note, I do have some great diplomacy. So there is a bit of a formality that I exude to these country folk.
Oh, for sure. It's probably one of the few things, despite certain language barriers, that have gotten you to get at least a decent-sized group. 15 volunteers, that's actually pretty good. Then again, you also are not sure exactly what the mission is entirely for that Hansa-Kuhn has you guys.
Right, there's that moment, right, when I have a bit of a pretty sizable gathering, and I see Mulhall and Atlas is there, and I see all the other townsfolk, and like there's a moment in me where like I sort of hesitate, like, oh god, they're all looking to me to like lead them, and there's that moment, right, where like I just awkwardly like, we'll wait here for Hansa-Kuhn to give us orders on what we would be doing this evening. Just like a very sort of awkward standing, like, okay, just wait around in this area and wait.
And there's a nearby puddle. And all of a sudden, Scoot
Yeah. What was that, Remington? Sorry.
Oh, there's a puddle by the scene with Rakondu, and all of a sudden there's just a sploosh from it. There's nobody over there. You're just looking like, there's
Yeah,
ripples
like
in
I'll
the
turn
pond.
to it and I'll look up. Oh, maybe there's like a
As I
debris or
walked through it
something.
on my way out.
And then,
As you and Wu make your way to the edge of all things of the town, but as Atlas and Muhal, you've been gathered into this crowd of volunteers, other humans, some ogres, and some satyrs, and a group, not including yourselves and Rakondu, of about 15. So in a total here, about 18 people in total, including yourselves and Rakondu. Here, a pretty sizable group, and you all stand here now, ready, listening to what Rakondu has to say, which is basically at this moment, we'll wait here for Hansa Kuhn to make his appearance. You're free to talk amongst yourselves if you want, and yes, you can.
yeah.
Okay. Rakondu is there as well? We're all, including Rakondu?
Yes, you're.
Okay.
Yeah, you're all gathered, and I've
Right.
gathered everyone up.
Rakondu and Atlas. Yeah.
Okay, so I exchanged a few in brief words with some of the remaining people who came with us to take the supplies into the harvest house and distribute it. But I approach you, Rakondu. Is it still raining?
No, not at all. It's just very muddy and damp. And it's actually a bright, clear sky as the sun is coming up. It's actually going to be a rather beautiful day, all things considered.
Beautiful indeed. But I approach you, Rakondu, and I have this great bundle, which almost, sort of is. I have to carry with two hands. It's almost as big as I am. And I'll approach you and look up and speak to you in Thuban. Rakondu, done as the forest warden has said. These are to be the volunteers then. Good, yes.
You get out like 3 or 4 words, and then you seem like I look at you, when you approach me with these things, you start speaking, and then I just sort of wave my hand and Oganese. I just say that to you.
I speak. I switch.
Go
I
on.
brought this for you from the house of contemplation. For I remember your words, yes. The rain does not suit you, but I believe, my friend, that the cold does. So I sort of, I can't even really lift it up. I just sort of present it to you. It's this big bundle of
Pick it
fur.
up. Just one hand, just like by the handle or by its side. Just pick it up.
And it is.
What's in it?
And so when you take it up, it is a cloak, a fur cloak. Many such pelts hang upon the walls, as you recall, from the house of contemplation. But I believe this will fit your form. It's the animal with which it was taken from. I believe it holds an affinity or a remembrance, perhaps. It reminds me of you. I sense you have felt the tinge of Nifland in your time.
I just look down at you, and there's a moment where I look at the pelt, and you see me taking it out and sort of inspecting it. I'm rubbing my fingers in it. And as a note, I did take some time to clean myself during the storm. Just I was by the campfire, took off my armor and whatnot. Just, as a proper Vagish bathes himself. I'm sort of really feeling the hide of it, and I'm just sort of looking at it. And there's a moment like you could see, perhaps I'm sort of lost in a thought, and then I thank you.
And I gaze upon you for almost like those big eyes staring up at you, and immensely taller than I. And you say finally, no thanks unnecessary.
Right here with the others. Hanzo-kun will be here to give us orders. I sort of drape it. I just start seeing if it fits. I just start putting it on. I mean, I have like a dirty gray cloak, which I like. That's off at this point. That's at my little camp area.
Atlas is there, arms crossed, kind of front line, not saying anything, just waiting. And surprised, he watched Muahal approach Rukandu and kind of looking at him until Muahal noticed Atlas and maybe come.
Yeah, so as I finish a conversation with Kandu, you would have noticed I've sort of purposefully let you be as you sort of deep in thought. Not a standoffishness, at least you don't think. It doesn't seem to be that, but just giving you space as you know. Our last exchange was an angry one for sure, but I wrote, I approach you.
Yeah, he seems calm. He's not. He doesn't seem angry.
Visions were given to you as you slumbered, Atlas.
I never remember my dreams, but I had some visions when I woke up. Right now, I'm just Ramblaf that you are below. And you recognize like two Moorish words there, and I do that shit.
I believe you recall this night. You wear its leavings still upon you.
I think there's a calling upon me.
Indeed.
I say as I look at the dry mud on my skin, and it kind of like feels particularly well. Like dry mud usually should be like cracking around the articulations of my the elbow and such, but it doesn't seem to fall off right now. I look very much like a guy made of clay. Was it not for the eyes that you can clearly see how they move? That green, uncommon for Himali look that I think we share. And I say there's a part of a vision that's a secret, but for the other part, I think we will share in a way more than before, and in a way, I think we never were so apart. I'll tell you more later. But and I look around again, before asking, "What are you doing here?"
The same as you. This community needs. I look around at people who are assembled here, this dozen or perhaps 15 individuals.
So you think you're gonna be able to up?
There are just us out of a community of thousands. We few yet remain. There will need to be those. There will need to be much work, much sacrifice to keep those of us who are yet alive still that way, if we are to rebuild, if we are to reclaim. These things are necessary in such times as these. As you have said, we are called. We are called. Yes.
I
The
missed it.
As you guys are having
fields
your conversation, suddenly you can almost feel it, like in the crowd. You suddenly feel like you hear, like you almost feel like a stiffening of some people, and a small gasp here and there, or like the breathing sort of stops, like a quiet falls across the crowd as they're all staring straight ahead. And when you guys turn your gaze, very much the same feeling, this tickling sensation across the back of your spines, something primal, something tickling at the back of your mind. As out comes forward from the distance, walking in a slow lope almost. The pale form of Hansa Kuhn, his bow slung over him, that pale alabaster skin shining so bright in the sun. His eyes actually like squinted quite a bit, as though he's not enjoying the sensation of being out here at all. Long black hair down past his waist, his tall ears. And that face is gritted, and you can see parts of the thick fangs in his gritted teeth. And those lips just seem to spread a little too wide, even then, as he comes closer. And he addresses you first, Rakondu, in Pelganese. These are them, then?
These are the volunteers.
Very good.
Mhm.
And then he leans in close and whispers to you, "Oh, I know you do not speak Sindarian, so I will let you know now. You are to take these people out into the devastation of the fields and see if you can find any survivors, or what little resources we can use to rebuild the town. More importantly, though, are the survivors. We need to make you look more like a savior than a looter. Understood?"
Not.
And with that, he pulls away, quite probably to your relief, as he turns to the crowd and he starts speaking out in Sindarian. 15. No. 17 volunteers. A good sizable crowd. And considering the dwindle of our numbers here, you are doing your community a great service. Where you are all to go is not to remain here to help rebuild the town itself. We already have plenty of forest watchmen and volunteers for that. What this group is to do is to go out into those blasted fields, and not only to find that may yet still be trapped out there waiting for help, and, if potential, any further resources that could be useful for the greater whole of the community. And he turns down towards you, Muhal. I see one of you already have the right idea. I can smell the herbs. Disgusting. But they will be useful for those that are injured.
Much of the House of Contemplation yet stands. Its walls, its blankets and pillows, what could be retrieved have been. But there is more. If you venture out, I say in Sindarian.
Of course. And of course, so good for the House of Contemplation to offer its services as a place for the injured. But there's going to be a heavy lifting. And with that, he turns from you with almost a slightly wicked grin and turns to the rest of the crowd. You are under the command of Rikondu. Oh, and he points to Rikondu. Oh. When he gives an order, consider that order an extension of myself. And while he may be rather merciful in these times, I'm not so much. You do what he commands. And then he licks his teeth. And he turns back to Rakondu. They'll obey you. If any of them give you problems, just remind them what I said. And at that, he slinks off. Rather quickly, it seems to. Maybe to some business, though more than likely with Rakondo, your own eyes watching the sunlight.
I just
I
nod to
say
him,
to
as he,
Mohal,
as he leaves.
I say to Mohal in a low tone, now I understand why Ukta Inkor was scared shitless of me.
Our needs are one need. We strive as one in these trying times.
We will start
So
our
everyone,
search in the northwestern portion of the fields. We'll stay together and form small bands. From there, we'll keep communication up. Understood?
Mm. Yes.
Go on then. And everyone
and with
slowly
that, they
starts
all.
moving.
Yeah.
Of course, as a note,
Yep.
or
Yeah.
northwestern, or wherever the area that just so happens to be the Temple of Anthrax. It just so happens you're by that area,
Yep. Yep.
the fields. But
And
yeah,
you.
I'm making my way over there.
All right. And you guys make your way, walking in that direction and such. And on your way out of the town into the field area, you pass by the temple of Mithraxu there, the order of ticking eternity, and that clock continues. Continually going on steady pace. It's almost the clock is to be read right in the morning. You still have a long day ahead. But it'll be well worth it.
Hold here for a moment, and I sort of
Yes.
gesture. I try to like slow people down, but
Yeah. The message gets passed along and they stop. And there's actually a degree of fear almost, as though like they don't want to disobey you for the most part.
and then I make my way very very stoically, very formally, uh, towards these dirty orcs that are at the um, just hanging around the temple,
Yeah.
and
There's a few of them here and there. One of them looks up at most of them look up at you. The few that are there around the temple kind of look up and sort of give a small glare in your direction.
I walk past them. I just go to the entrance. Uh, I'm, I or at least like unless one of them comes to me, I'm going. I'm looking for
Yeah.
several individuals, but
Yeah. Well, you knock on the door. I mean, I believe you enter. You probably just straight up enter at this point. Which individuals
I
are you
knock
looking
before
for?
I enter. I don't bust in.
Okay. Yeah. But which ones individual? Which individuals in particular are you
First,
looking
like the
for?
scar-faced orc. Because he's easy to pick out. All these orcs look the same to me. So, the scar-faced orc. Okay, and then obviously, I'm looking for any sort of leaders. If I could sort of discern that with insight or something.
Okay.
That's all.
Well, when you get inside, when you knock for a moment, there's a pause in there, and as you're looking around with what little remains of the orcs that are around the temple you don't really see the scarred orc. He'd obviously be very much stand out. I mean, his tusks are even carved,
Yeah.
so he would stand out amongst all of them. But you don't see him. Well, the temple door actually does open slowly, and when you turn, there's no one. Even though orcs are generally slightly taller than you for the most part, even though that most of the time they spend their time hunched. So you usually kind of look down. But this time you actually look really far down. This one actually comes up to just about your knees, and they're dressed pretty much almost just completely naked. Is an orc child.
When I look down,
That's kind of just staring up at you with dark brown beady eyes gazing up at you past its gray skin.
I just gestured to the Forest Watch sigil, just like pinned to my quilted jerkin, and then I step, and I look at the crowd with me, and I look back and I gesture for get out of the way. It's almost like saying this Forest Watchman business. But
yeah.
I'm very.
But
I'm
as
not,
you do that, and you just
I'm not aggressive with the child, or it's like this weird sort of okay, get out of the way.
Yeah. If you want, make me a perception, real fast. What are your grades of insight? Just out of question. I know you're making a perception, but just what are your insight grades?
About 3 grades.
Okay. Yeah, I think that'll be enough.
I got a 7.
But do me 7 in perception.
8.
8 total.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So you don't really see this, but you gesture to the people behind you and you put it there, and the young orc is staring up at you for a long moment before it gestures to you to enter and closes the door behind you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, before I enter, I just turn back to the group, and I just I'd make this strange gesture where I put a fist up like that, and then I turn it like that, and then some weird gesture, and then I turn back as if they would understand what I'm trying to convey. But but I enter and the door closes.
I surely do not, and I'm most clearly the slowest person here, especially amongst the long legs of ogres and and whatnot. I'm just following the last person is following what's going on here. Oh, the ogre in front of me is moving.
Yeah.
Atlas stays with Muhal, and he asks you "Are you sure you don't want me to carry you? Because you're weightless." So, just saying.
Everyone else in the crowd's kind of looking at each other confused, except for one individual who actually sits down, almost instinctively from the gestures that happen, and it's the if you take a moment to recognize him in the daylight here, it's that man that was burning the torch from along the way, and he's got his eyes sort of just set there. You can see, despite the white of his beard and his hair, you see the silver streaks of his natural hair color within them, and he just sits there waiting, looking tired.
I do as he did. I probably understood, or maybe I don't know. Ricondo's body language.
Say that again.
Hmm?
Yeah, it was just like a strange sign language kind of thing that I just did.
Hear him if we weren't already.
Yeah.
Is it-
The only one who does it is the at least the one person who seems to be at least somewhat in tune to what he's doing is that one man. Slowly, eventually, everyone starts sitting down in time because apparently this might take. As time passes on, people start sitting down. Inside the temple, though, as the door closes behind you and the young child walks over to you. Oh, again, Rakandu, as you're probably gazing around the temple. Welcome to the ticking eternity.
it like
What
says
brings
something to me.
you here? It says it to you in Tehulian, actually.
And like my brow goes up for a moment as I, hmm? Hmm. I see like it's talking to me. I am looking for your leader. Scarred face. I need farmers, ones that know the land. We are to search
Ah,
the fields.
it looks up at you. Ah, Teacher Baraksi Nitkumba is not here right now, but I will serve in his stead.
Hmm.
Yes, me.
Are there any adults in the house here? In your cult?
There's a small wry smile on his face when he says it. When you say that, do you measure wisdom by cycles past or by insight, Rakandu?
Cycles past. I kind of look at the kid like stop kidding with me. Like, that's obvious.
Hmm. Well, I'm afraid that most of those whose cycles have passed are not nearly as numerous as mine.
What are you saying, boy?
I
I tire of your games. And I look at the
I
kid
know
and I
you know
give him
I'm
like a
not
smile, like
kidding.
he's got like my scowl turns to a bit of a neutral look. This little kind of smile for you. As I look at him like, hey, stupid kid, like kind of thing, like, all right.
Yeah.
And I look around, like, I mean, I just start. I don't move around. I just like scan the area, just looking for other, It's like other orcs are like laughing at me, like, he's
Yeah,
talking, the
yeah.
kid's
Actually,
joking.
as you're looking actually around the people talking to the people talking to the kid, at this point I'll have you roll an insight here as you're looking at the other orcs. And I think that looked like a good one. Yeah, I see an 8 there.
Yeah, 24.
hmm As you're looking around and you're seeing some of the orcs that are passing through, a lot of them look at you, the both of you, like rather curiously. But the thing you get very much is when they look at the child, they look up at you curiously for a moment, but then they look at the child, and then they sort of give a sort of slight aversion of their eyes, as though out of deference, of most things
God,
that would be
these
given.
weird orcs. I just think like these weird orcs, like we're
Mhm.
backwards people. Those sort of thoughts in my mind. Oh God. I look back down at the young orc. You're a farmer.
I am Kotak Nu Taraztru, head of the Order of the Ticking Eternity.
You.
And he nods. Me.
Mm, I can't take children with me in this. You understand? there could be pitfalls. The soil could be loose, and it could be dangerous for you. And I
know.
go down on my knee like as if like, okay, kid, like listen, like I'm being straight with him kind of thing.
Yeah,
You know.
I know. But you asked for a leader of the orcs, and you have found one. I can give you farmers.
Go on, show me to them. Are they here?
He nods. Yes. Matter of fact, most of them you passed out front. I'm sure with my convincing, they will be more than happy to help. You are looking for what exactly are you looking for out in those lands or those devastated fields?
I get up the sigh as I stand back up. Looking for in like I don't regard him like I'm not looking at him when I say I look at the other sort of orcs that are moving about.
Mm.
Looking for supplies, injured, what we can really.
Oh yes.
And I look down at him when I say that.
Mm. Very good. I know there's a number of our people who never made it out of the fields. Perhaps maybe you can find them along the way. I will gather a few volunteers. Please wait outside.
I look at
And
them.
he turns and he turns and walks away, very like dismissively and even
Yeah,
toned.
yeah, and I look at him kind of like I do like the same sort of a kind of smile, a scowl that just goes to more like a neutral position as I like you stupid kid. Like you stupid kid. And like seeing that this was a waste of time, obviously. I make my way to the door, and I quietly just leave.
Mm. As soon as
And as I
you
come back
exit
out,
out of the doors, yeah,
yeah,
the man actually stands up like very quickly, and most of the people seem to like look at him confused for a moment, then see you, and they start shuffling upwards to their feet.
and I make my way out, by myself, having apparently given my prayers to the Temple of Anthraxu, and
Mm-hmm.
I don't say anything other than like I just like make a slight gesture with my hand, and I just sort of nod to everyone, like as if I don't want to say anything to them. I just and like I don't continue moving. I just like stop. With the crowd of people just outside this temple. And I turn back towards the door as if I'm expecting something. But I wait for like
Mm-hmm.
no more than 5 minutes.
And it's about 5 minutes actually that the door opens again, and you see the young orc walking out, still practically naked except for the small like white loincloth around his waist, followed by a group of maybe like 5 to 6 orcs, in which he actually points out 3 more orcs. And then the and the group starts to come together, and there's a total of 9, including himself, that walk towards you. And he stops, and he says, "These 8 will join you in your search party, Rakondu. Use them well." Then he
I look,
turns and walks, and as he walks, the crowd of orcs actually part, and they sort of just like sort of bow to him as he heads back towards the temple.
like I don't shake my head I don't do any of that, but I just sort of like I'm taken aback at that. I'm just like, what the hell's going on here? But then I look at the other orcs, and I don't. I just look at them like regarding them, and then I turn. And like the other group, I don't speak to them or regard them. I just turn and start moving
Mm.
to like the head of the group, and then make my way to the fields.
Walking out.
I will
With that,
follow as this
mhm.
new addition to this search party is assembled. I do not sit down or leisurely recline myself or taking a rest. I'm intrigued at the interior and the goings on of this temple. Perhaps the only thing I've really shown any great amount of interest or care in on this long walk, but I'm not overly concerned. The laws and complexities of Nathraxu mean little in the dream, where time does not hold sway, and its laws do not govern. I leave as people start moving.
And people indeed do start moving. A few of them are kind of like paused, like kind of confused that there's no order, but the man goes. At that point, they all seem to shuffle after. I'm going to turn the scene now to David Anzalon and Wu, as they've taken a different direction towards the outskirts of town, closer towards the forest's edge. And you're looking around right now, taking in the gray sights. You remember when you were alive, the woods seemed so much more vibrant and everything. Even on this day, everything should seem so much more vibrant than it is now.
It is
But
refreshing, though, to be out here. It's got a bit of a smile on my face as I'm looking around at the trees and leaves and whatnot, little hills and things. Untouched mostly by the calamity. There's no buildings to collapse here, so it's soothing.
even though you do see, even though as you do see as you go move along more of the line, you do see a number of trees seem to have fallen in certain areas and stuff, places where they've been practically uprooted and such. The real devastation you're beginning to think might be further into the inside, if any is at all. But even now, even in death, there's something that gives you a weird feeling about being near these woods. Wu is there with you, looking around. Oh, this was home once. I know these woods. Wonder what it's like inside. Oh, but I'm so cold. Still so cold.
It's all right, Wu. Cold as well. Stay near me. We'll head in a bit, see if we can find anything moving, and have a bit of a hunt, a bit of sport. Sport.
Yeah. Yes, sport. Sounds like fun. And he starts drifting into the woods, which I'm more than certain you followed not too
Oh
long
yes.
after.
I
As you
wanted to
get
ask
in,
him
you
something.
see. Yes, go ahead. And this is as you're floating along
Yeah,
past the
exactly.
trees, and it's getting darker in there between under the boughs and such.
I'm walking, and since I can touch things, I'm kind of remembering how, grass feels underfoot, and it's not as much of an indentation as a normal footprint would make, but there is a disturbance in the grass there as I'm walking across it. And I say to Wu,
Hmm.
"Do you happen to remember where it was that, well, when you first became aware of yourself in this new way that we are, where was it?"
Yes, I do. I was in Flame Dance. It's where I died.
Ah, for a moment I had thought it would be out here somewhere.
No, I've lived in Flame Dance, though I've come here many times. If I did have family here, and other things live here too. Our queen lived here, as well as our king.
Hmm. Is it far to the village or whatever it is? Yes.
Uh, I do not know. Never traveled like this before. Feels long. The forest goes on almost forever. And he looks up. And he almost instinctively goes to hide under something. Great spiders that live here. Oh, can't see us. And as you look up, you actually see amongst the trees, as he points upwards, you see this dark, big, giant spider web and this giant form of legs slipping across it, trying to spin its web. And this spider is huge. This spider is like the size of at least 2 cattle put together. Giant, big, hairy legs and giant mandibles dripping with venom.
I stop and I stare up at it for a while. And I'm contemplating, kind of reassessing my thoughts about this new existence being a second chance by Helena and why she didn't send someone to get me. But I shake it off and look to Wu. Must have been quite worrying
Wu's
for
actually
someone as small as you to live nearby these things.
sometimes, he said, but he's looking at it with a new look on his eyes. I can feel it. I can feel its warmth. He starts to float upwards.
Well, I look down
Flying
and I'm
towards
kind
it.
of concerned because that's not the ideal thing that I wanted to try this with for good reason. But I start climbing a tree next to him as I'm going to observe.
Mhm.
You know, I don't object or anything. I just go with him on up there. But I'm like, as he's floating, I'm like awkwardly like trying to make my way up this tree, and it's pretty effortless climbing, but it's still slower than just floating directly up.
Go ahead and make me a perception as you're climbing up real fast.
Okay, 1 second here. I just had to check my numbers. 5.
Okay. You make it up fairly easily. I mean, not having any real weight to yourself, that's actually the least of your concern, and you're being able to hold on to branches for the most part. It's very easy. You're just pulling yourself up. You can do this almost one-handed, you think, as you're pulling yourself up to the sides of the tree,
Right.
finding the what handholds you can grip onto and stuff.
The first
What
branch
you realize, yeah.
that I went to grab,
Mm.
my hand passed through it, and then I just kind of like made like a silent curse, and then I had to remember what the branch feels like, the texture of wood, and then I could feel my fingers curling around it.
And you make your way up. And you hear almost like under that underwatery sort of echo as you make it up higher, that underwatery echo of a sort of like hissing sort of sound. And then you see the big giant dark form of the spider drop and splat onto the ground, and its legs are flailing there as it's like trying to beat something off that's not, that it can't find or see or whatever. And you see the still high above at the web, you see Wu there holding his hands out, and he's like, I feel so warm. I feel so warm. I want more. And he's looking down at the spider, and he starts to almost like sort of just dive bomb down towards it where it's still flailing on its back. I want more. I want more. And he dives like right through into the spider's belly, and the spider's belly is jittering even faster as this happens, as you can see its legs starting to writhe and twist, and then it starts, and it's shaking and it's shaking, and then finally its legs start to curl in onto itself, and then finally it stops.
And I'm watching this in some degree of horror as, such a powerful creature is thrashing and writhing from this little sprite, sucking its soul out more or less. And I jump off the tree, ah, hit the ground, and just get up. Woo! Are you in there? Standing over the spider.
Woo rises up out of it. And there's a look on his face. And you see, like, he almost, like, for a moment, he almost seems very vivid now. You can almost see the blue of his scales, scaled form. You can see the yellow in his antennas, and you almost see a brightness in his eyes as he's holding himself now. He seems so more vibrant, though still paled and dulled, but he seems more vibrant in this place. He's like, I'm so warm. It feels so wonderful. Oh, so warm again. Thank you for this, David Anzalon. It feels so wonderful.
I'm squinting at him, studying, like this is pretty impressive, this transformation he's undergone. I'm inspecting that, and then I reach out a hand slowly to touch him. It's all right, Woo. Better to do it here.
And he actually recoils from you as you touch him. It's like, oh, you're so cold. You're so cold. Oh, I'm sorry.
And did he feel warm?
Yes, he did. He felt quite warm.
I look at my hand where I touched him and rub my fingers together. We need to make sure we don't do this sort of thing in the town. We'll need to tell the others that this is a safer method than tormenting our kin. I can't see this happening to them. The way that it writhed and suffered. Did you feel anything while you were in contact with it?
Yes, I felt warm. I felt all of its warmth bleeding into me, and I wanted more of it. I never felt so. All the cold leaving, that consuming cold just leaving. It felt so wonderful. It felt so good. I just wanted more of it. I wanted to be warm like I used to be again.
And you're warm now, right? Right.
And he nods. Yes, I feel really warm. I feel so. And he stops and he's looking at his hand for a moment, and there's one finger, and he's looking at one finger that looks blue, but is now starting to turn translucent again. Oh no. He sort of like shakes it to try and get rid of it, but it's just slowly starting to go down its finger. And it's not like at a very fast pace, but it's moving very slowly. Oh no. It's coming back.
And my fingers twitch as I stare at him, and my tongue licks across the lip as I'm getting nervous here. Woo, let me ask you something. Did you have any vices in life? Drink, opiate, anything like that?
I did enjoy wine.
But in
and
moderation.
Fruit.
I point a finger at him. In moderation, yes? Yes.
Yes. Yes, in moderation.
Too much of a thing can
Not
be
like
bad. No matter how good it feels.
Yes.
And so we must remember that and govern ourselves.
Oh. A voice. And I can't even begin to describe this voice. Nor can I really describe what it is you see as you turn to the voice that speaks. The best way I can begin to describe what it is you see here is try to imagine the most beautiful thing you have ever seen. The emotion of that moment, the thing that caught your breath and that you just stared at for hours and hours and days, and you felt like you, for a moment, all time had stopped. But now imagine that as though it had been given life, given form, as it moves and walks. And multiply that moment, that feeling, that beauty, by a factor of over 100. It's not something I think most of us can imagine, but try to imagine that as best you can from what walks towards you now. To give a more grounded description, what walks towards you is very much like you and Wu, pale, almost translucent, and yet there seems to be some kind of quality about it that stands out above you both. You can actually see, despite the translucentness of it, the skin is this lovely shade of forest green. It's brilliant purple eyes and dark brown hair that cascades past its waist. This feminine form that walks towards you now. And when she moves, she doesn't rustle the earth or the foliage around her. She passes through it. She is very much like you. And that voice that speaks out is a voice like music. And it fills you, even in your dead coldness, with a sensation almost like electricity of something other. Oh, have you brought me a gift? Oh, great slayers of life? And she almost just seems to glide around you, but her every motion is a poem, a song, a sonnet. She walks by, and she trails her fingers along the dead corpse of the spider. Oh, so cold.
I am
Not a drop
transfixed on
left.
this woman, and my lips are kind of like twitching and moving around as if I'm trying to get out a word, but nothing comes out.
And she turns back to you both, and those beautiful eyes staring at you. And they shift. You almost can't help but want those eyes to look at you again. She looks at Wu, and Wu is likewise also very much transfixed. She moves towards Wu. Oh, little one. And she caresses Wu's cheek. Wu shudders.
And I tilt my head and frown as I'm so jealous. I'm just like,
You brought this to me, didn't you? Wu nods very slowly. Yes. Thank you. And with a sudden moment, she grabs Wu's head and she rips it from his floating body, and you see his color, the color that he had got, fade and start to seep into her fingers and start to bring more definition and form into herself. And she starts spinning around, laughing and dancing in joy. Oh, so wonderful. And his body just fades and disappears and just seems to become subsumed into her. Oh, so warm, so deliciously warm. How about you? Are you warm as well?
And my eyes
And
are
she's looking at
bulging
you
out of
now.
my head as I stumbled back a few steps as she murdered Wu. Well, he was already dead. As she destroyed Wu right in front of me and absorbed his essence. As I'm staring at her, and I'm trying to turn away, but I can't stop staring. And then all of a sudden, there's like a crash in my mind as I hear, David! And I'm just like, whoa! Snap out of it. And it's Mua Hall's voice calling me back. And I turn and I run!
Come back! Come back! We must dance! Don't you want to dance with me? It's so wonderful, this warmth. I just want to share it with you. Come back to me. And you can feel her chasing after you and just hear that laughter echoing through the ghostlands, through all around you as she's running after you. And you look back and you see her running and running, and it's that realization. You realize she's a lot faster than you. She's gaining on you. Oh, and it's that most horrifying thing. Something so beautiful, something so wonderful is coming for you, coming after you to drain what little is left of you away.
And there is a part of me that says, stop, turn back, enjoy her embrace. But I'm like shaking my head as I'm thinking about my daughter and wife and how they still need me. And I just start booking it, just running as fast as I can, breathing out air that isn't there. Just
And you run and you run. You're running through tree after tree, after through the foliage and stuff. And she's laughing and dancing. As a matter of fact, there's a point she actually gets ahead of you. You actually see her ahead of you in one of the trees, and she's like twirling and laughing at a moment. There's one point actually of real sheer horror. She passes out in front of you in a twirling motion, laughing, and she like reaches out to rake you, but just barely playfully misses is you, but you can feel that, like that almost like despite that ripping dancing sensation as it passes by you, you feel almost just a little bit like she almost just got you, just a little bit, and for a moment you almost want those fingers to rip into you, to tear into you, to drain you dry, but there's that more rational thought of your mind that's how is still there, primal, going on. No, 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 I need to get out of here. I need to get out of here.
And I do not look back. Just keep running, eyes focused on the city, the town, the people there. Just rushing, running.
And you burst out of the forest. You are stumbling out. And you're seeing that for a moment. You're like, oh, you're out of the woods. And you turn and you look. And there she is. And she's walking out, almost tiptoeing out of the woods. And she's looking past you now into the town. A wonderful smile, that most beautiful smile across her face. Oh. Oh. And she claps, and it's almost like a little girl almost clapping, except this is like practically a full-grown woman. And despite the beauty, this rather rawness of her beauty and that excellence, there's just that uneasy feeling all around you, even when she does this, of someone who's not completely all there. Oh, goodness. Now I understand. And she glides up to you, our eyes all completely focused on you now. Now I understand. What a wonderful gift you have brought me. I shall give you a kiss. And with that she does. She leans to you, and she kisses you.
I would like to object.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Oh, all right. I feel myself kind of paralyzed. My chest is heaving as I have a memory of shortness of breath. Too scared to really turn my back on this thing again. This beautiful monster. As she comes near, as a reflex, I would like to shove my hand into her body, into her chest,
Mm-hmm.
to give her the chill.
Go ahead.
All right, you want me to roll a brawl or something?
She seems to be very much, Yeah, go ahead, roll a brawl just to see how well
All
you
right.
do. You might boost quite a bit, depending.
We'll see about that. 14.
Okay. She wasn't prepared for you to do what you were about to do. And even when you do this, when you shove it into her, there's this horrible pain in the back of your mind as you see the shock over her face. And you feel the warmth cascading into you. And you feel it. But even as you're doing this, there's something inside you that's breaking, as though you have just taken to give a real world wrestling, and you've just taken a knife and slashed across the face of the Mona Lisa.
Yeah, and like,
That you've taken this wonderful, beautiful moment and you've just dared to raise a hand and mar it.
and I have a complete look of horror as, I know what's happening here. I can feel the transference of warmth and life, and I can see her suffering, and I know that I'm doing it, and I'm the monster here. And I just am looking at my hand and her face, and I just have that look of like disgust and fear.
And she reaches and she grabs your cheeks and she plants her mouth on you, and you can feel the whole heat that you're bringing into you suddenly start cascading out of you in through her mouth, and she pushes you down onto the ground here, and she starts to like rip at the ghostly fragments of your clothes as you feel like this perpetual transference of energy passing between you.
I would like to close my eyes, try to concentrate as I grit my teeth, and I slip underground
All right.
into the
And it's
soil.
this horrible, painful horrible, painful sensation as you manage to exasperate this passion. Not only is it this transference of heat, it's a mixture of horror and pleasure and starbursts of fire igniting into your brain like you couldn't even possibly imagine right now. And even the touch of those fingers as she's ripping into your ghostly fragments of clothing just send not warmth but more shocks of electricity going through your own body. And it's with that horrible agony that finally you realize, no, 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 no. And you pull your hand out and you dive into the ground. You have regained in total out of this 3 health gauge. That much you managed to get, even though the transference of energy is going through. And you can almost feel like those arms are still like pressing, trying to get you down into the ground. And you can hear that laughter, that wild laughter up above you. Oh my dear, oh my dear, oh my dear, oh goodness, oh, oh, what a wonderful gift, what a wonderful sensation you have given me. Oh, I must share what you've given me with all. And she runs. You hear that voice fading away as you're underground.
Which direction?
You're not sure. You kind of were in a rush, so the world seems to still be spinning as you remember the sensation of her lips, her touch, everything about her pressed against you. And you feel, even as she's getting further away, you almost feel that pang of longing.
And it does take me a moment to regain myself from this horrible experience. I thought that processing the thoughts of an ancient giant was difficult. The thing I just witnessed, the beauty and horror mixed in a combination that should never be witnessed or even contemplated. The most mad of madmen never even picturing something that could be so wonderful turned so dark and horrifying. And I'm sort of shivering there in the darkness of being underground, basically in my own grave. But then I contemplate, as she said, more, others. I think, oh no, no! I pop up out of the ground and, wildly looking about. trying to see if I could see where she went, looking back towards the town square, knowing all the warm bodies there that may well be in jeopardy now.
And it's that you're wondering which direction she's gone. You don't see her, unfortunately. You're trying to get your bearings. What a mixture of emotions you must have at this moment. But you do not hear any screams, you do not hear any sounds at this moment. It's hard to tell where she's gone. Maybe she went back to the woods, but more than likely she's gone to the town. And so, what do you do? That I ask you.
I'm going to hustle over to where all the people are gathered at to check on them, because now I am just completely worried, that this thing is going to start eating people.
All right. You think about which area where people are gathered that you wish to go to while I turn the camera back to the rest of the crowd. So,
We'll start with where my wife is.
All right. So, back to the rest of you. As you and your troop go out into the fields, and Rakondu divides people into groups to begin searching, to give you a description of the landscape here. You see the fields of what used to be great fields and stuff. Some of it still stands. A good portion of it more seems to have been crashed, and most crops upon crops have been ruined from the devastation of the earthquakes, as you see sort of fault lines having ruined the perfect rows and such. Some small chasms have gone in there. Others have turned into small ditches. Even others, you see great holes have just exploded outward, and the crushing rocks and debris landing on other bigger patches. There's actually one giant boulder you actually see that's almost 15 feet tall and is just as big in diameter, having burst out of the ground and rolled along a long field of the corn. But you also see ruined buildings and such of other farmsteads further out, and it's through those divisions I'm sure you're sending certain groups of people to go into certain farm areas. Or I'll let Lou decide what he wishes to do, as he's getting a good look.
I have no grades in farmer. I really have no idea, but I'm sort of keeping my feet cautious. I have Mulhall, Atlas. I've got them with my group, and the other silver-haired man. Mulhall because it's a fragile little thing. So, and he's clergy. I don't want to keep him close, right? There's that part of him I respect. And other just capable people. I'll just pick. Just moving about, finding what we can. I don't give any specific any orders or anything like that. I just sort of say gather in groups, search there, fan out, come back to this point after your search. Basically, from one big group, I'm letting other people do it themselves, make their own. There's no real order with me leading. It's just
Atlas does ask, are we looking for something specific?
Injured, tools, anything.
Yes. Or even yet still surviving crops, or the land, which is still arable, is greatly diminished. Who would survive coming changes and beyond? I know of this field. Stanton Deliria and his family tilled this parcel of land. such change. And I go out into the fields upon, that's very open, and I am paying particular uh, attention more towards tools and and things which other people can easily find. I'm looking down close to the earth, close to the soil, as I am so close, and with those big, large eyes of mine, looking for signs of life. Though I am no farmer, I can perhaps, at least I hope, try to find some bit of green or some semblance of soil that is not brittle and drained of life, of moisture, of all things pleasant and growing.
Atlas is too looking for people. He, as most, I assume, looking around the earth. And then basically, if there's as we kind of disperse, if I understand correctly, he's
Now
gonna
your group
start.
with Mulhall and I and like some other guy. Like it's
Okay.
like groups of 4 to 5 people. I guess like about like 4 or 5 groups of these 4 to 5 people. Just
Okay,
like
so we're all together. My apologies.
yeah. The groups are fanning out, but um,
The little cells of
yeah, yeah.
I raise boys in Tuban. Does anyone need aid? As I am, of course, looking for people to see if maybe someone makes a sound. If there's, and I'm going to try on other languages the same.
Yeah. A few other calls are going out across from the other groups doing very much the same thing. Some seem to be doing some seem more limited in the languages that they seem to know, but otherwise they do cycle through, which seems to be the same message. Hello, is anyone there? Anyone in need? And it continues on. As you guys get closer to the farmhouse, though, you do see actually in one small ditch, the group of you, whoever sees it first doesn't really matter all too much, but you do see a what seemed to have been a crevasse that had smashed in, and you see one big giant ogre hand and like sticking out of the dirt, almost practically snapped at the elbow.
I immediately well let's see that Muahal saw it first just to say someone he has big eyes. I see where you point and I say okay, let's not lose any time, and I carry you and I run towards there, and pretty much I'm carrying you so that you can inspect it from up close, and he's going also to inspect it. He doesn't have a great barber, but to have an idea, should it be moved, should it be what's the next step.
I follow too.
Looking at it, it's very much clear when you get there into the crevasse. The earth has smat with from. None of you will really have any good geology. I'm going to say earthquakes are not usually, especially this size, are not really common occurrences. But the from what it looks like and from what you remember of the earthquakes, of how the ground would crack open and smash back into each other from time to time, it seems that this is kind of what happened, and someone fell in, and his arm was reaching up to try and grab as it crushed back in, and that's where it settled. And so really it's just this one arm staring out, and you see flies and such gathering around it and trying to get at desiccation of flesh.
It's quite obvious the barber role is even required to see that this poor soul is long gone.
Escape searches.
Can you give any the soul is gone, I ask. Wow.
I cannot tell you of the soul. There's nothing that can be done for the body of the man. The soul is gone for certain. But when I look out, back towards the forest, towards nothing, his will be tended to. There are those out there, the souls of those who have gone. Mm, They have a guardian. Yeah. And I turn back to searching once more. I do not say any service
I
for this man.
something that Atlas would be very like trying to like taking very special care with is while he knows nothing of outdoorsman specific the earthquakes, he does know the Marian, and he's like looking at the fissures, if seeing if any fissure seems to be like a character in the Marian, anything, if any seem familiar. And while he does so, um, he looks at the hand. Well, after Muhal says that, he tells Rokandu. He talks a lot. I think because in the Dreamlands they don't have any words, so I think he overcompensates here.
He is quite wise.
And then he nods and
Go on,
keep
keep
going.
looking.
And at this point, I will make everyone in this group roll perception just to see what you guys find, if anything. And for whatever reason, everyone's muted.
I think that's a 14. Let me confirm.
I got a 6.
14, yes. Ooh, wow.
Well, what is it that you have, my friend?
31 with
What
the
do your
eye.
owl eyes see?
There you go.
30.
The eyes of owls
There
see
you
far,
go.
see
Yeah.
everything.
So it is with most of this. As Rakandu, you're mostly staring out across the area, making sure you're more concerned making sure everyone's organized or doing certain things. You actually can see from certain areas. You see some groups seem to be finding people, some people who don't seem. You're not sure if they're corpses or if they're actually alive from this distance. But you do see a few people are finding certain things. The human man with you, who with his beard is kind of still staring around. He doesn't seem to be finding much. Mual, well, actually, as you get closer to the building, the as you get closer to the building, what you see. Why am I having a hard time remembering this name? Atlas. Atlas. What you see is you actually see what seems to be the battered doors that have like repeatedly flung open and such of what seems to have been a storm cellar. And while one of the hinges is like completely off, you can actually see down from at least the light up here. You need more light to look down. You see part of it's caved in, but it seems that if you were to squeeze down enough, you might actually be able to go down into there and see if there's anything or anyone down in that area, or maybe some things. It all depends, but it looks like it might need a little bit of clearing out. Mohal, you make your way towards the ruins of the house, and you're beginning to walk along here, and you actually don't see it so much that you hear a small shifting of the wood under a certain point,
I
and you hear a very weak cough.
At that I let I almost like tilt my head somewhat and like turn, like I don't move, I like turn like my head in the way that owls do, almost, like 100, 110 degrees, um, like someone still survives beneath the floorboards. Rakundu, Atlas, you are far stronger than I. I move over with the meager swiftness that I can.
Yeah, I
Just
immediately,
far.
yeah, I immediately go and lift where you point that I should lift.
Yeah, I just nod to you and make my way over.
Mm-hmm. And you can, as Muhal points out this area, if you take the moment to listen, you can almost hear like another faint cough under the wood.
Get that end. I'll get this end. Ready? 1, 2,
Let's go.
3. We lift the wood and whatnot.
And it takes quite a bit. It takes you about like 10 minutes. And another part, there's actually a few parts you actually see a small crimson red hand with a little bit of blood stain on it, and it doesn't seem like very it doesn't. It seems like a few, at least with those that have a degree of medical knowledge where I've seen it. It seems a few of the fingers are broken, but you can see at least a little bit of movement under there. The thing that takes the most time as you guys make your way through this is the fact of making sure you are lifting up the right bits of wood without causing more to collapse of the debris.
Something I'm saying first
But
in
in time,
Hellenics, because I know he knows the language. As I am like speaking with Rakundu these things, I'm saying things like, and in several languages. Here are Rakundu and Atlas, Rakundu of the Watchmen. We are here to aid you. Uh, and like reassuring, remembering always what Lars said to him a good time ago, that when someone is injured, it's good to present your name and tell them that you are helping them, so that they can like emotionally hang in there and be better hanging in their fights for their life. Something funny that Atlas always noticed is that Lars told him to do that, but he never does that himself. And he's like repeating this thing in other languages. You probably very well catch Rakundu that I know several languages, and if you knew Sindari, Muha, this is probably like a first time for you. You actually hear me, like the last language I say, it's in a horribly broken Sindarian, which is terribly ironic.
I sure know that. Yeah.
I'm
Well,
seeing you
I do
working.
not provide any aid to the physical labor of this. That would be
Well, you can. You're
a massive hindrance.
yeah. To be expected.
So, yes. But
But yeah, we'll just continue just moving
and
I just look about
event,
in this building if there are any other individuals that I can see, but I provide no
as a
physical.
note, I do have some grades in mechanics, so I do know like weight counterweight deals. So like when we're taking stuff off, like okay, there's someone under there, obviously not going to take off some debris, and I might gesture or I'll change my handling on certain points.
it takes you guys, even with this knowledge, about maybe like half an hour before finally you guys get enough where you feel you can actually lift the body out. And it's a young orc. No, not orc. I mean ogre. My bad. Young ogre who's got one of the arms is up, but there's another arm that seems to be pinned under what you see as another part of a bigger torso of another ogre down there. And you see the bleary eyes of the small young ogre looking up at you guys.
You're fighting bravely. You'll get out of this. You're strong. I say in English. You're strong. Keep on the fight.
I say as a counterpoint in Thuban, um, uh, mainly to Rakondu, be cautious as you unearth this one. You will do ill for the rage of ogres to end us all.
I just look
Ragnar
down
Tiflav.
and speak, and I gesture. Let's go over there, move it from that point. I'll move it from here. We have to get his arm out from there.
Ragnar Tiflav. Taplov. Avala bakaba. Nagmava. Nagmava. Nagmava.
And I disregard the babbling. You're speaking one of your languages, but I move over to just another point, and I just wait for you to move over there before I attempt to roll the body, and so the ogre kid could get his hand out.
And the small ogre, in some understanding at this moment, kind of nods. And as you guys move the debris, and you manage to see the body of clearly the mother crushed under the debris. It was probably the mother who managed to actually somewhat save the child from being completely crushed underneath the entirety of the weight. And you move the body, the small ogre manages to twist its arm out, even though it seems like it's very limp in its motion. It's rolled over on its side. You manage to get the arm out from under there. And it's very easy from that point as the human who's also been helping you reaches down and picks up the small ogre and very gently brings it over to you, Muhal, and puts him down there and is looking over, and there's a very tired look on his eyes as he rubs them.
And it doesn't come to my Vikish mind oh, give him some water or something like that. I just look at the body.
I assumed Muhal
Is absolutely dead. And I just move the other stuff.
What as we get this thing is there what is this ogre obviously like? I mean, I can roll barber, but just as looking upon this person, like limbs clearly broken or gaping wounds, or that.
There's no you're going to. There's the only obvious things are like the broken fingers on the one hand and the potentially crushed arm in the other. If you want more to know if there's any internal injuries, you're going to have to do a barber.
That's fine.
I'm going to do a barber.
Move over. I do not speak Polish, but I do know that Atlas does.
Has the kid addressed me in any way? Oh yeah, that's important. Emotions. Has he? You told he acknowledged you. Holy fuck! What?
Okay.
That's just that's nothing special. That's like an 8. I know nothing beyond what you said.
Atlas, you speak.
Well, it's you see a lot of fear and a lot of pain.
Okay.
And is mostly what you're getting from this poor child. Especially in this situation?
Does he respond somewhat positively to your being aided, like these kind of responses, or does it annoy him? Does he whatever?
He seems very weak.
Okay, then I'm reaffirming that you're strong, you're brave, and I tell quickly to Mohal, he looks very weak. I'm afraid. I say this very close to you. I just want him not to give up. He has struggle in him. Clearly, his mother has struggle in her. I don't know this.
Hell, this one.
Oh, holy fuck! That's been a lot. Oh well, does it look like a boy or a girl?
And to aid. But we must take care and caution, lest the rage do far more harm to us in this moment. Despair will indeed follow, of course.
You are afraid you can give me.
So I'll do a barber on this ogre.
It's a boy.
Yeah,
You did say a boy. Yeah, yeah, okay. Um, he needs our care right now, not fear
Yes,
from us.
indeed.
That's what that was saying in any case.
Yes, yeah.
And I say, I tell the boy, my friend is surprised that you've been so strong, that you've held on so long on this time. I tell the boy.
well, what's the result?
That's a 10. That's not great, but we don't
Yeah,
have a whole lot of supplies here,
yeah.
so just
It's it's
stabilize.
enough. It's enough for you to know that there's definitely, as you push and there's a few bits of groans of pain and stuff like that. There's definitely some broken ribs,
Yeah, so
um,
I don't particularly
and
treat
a little bit of
this ogre as I can't.
yeah.
But I have some of those herbs and some of those pain killing and numbing ingredients which I administer and take.
Yeah. It's a little hard to make him choke down. It's a little hard to make him choke down the herbs, as ogres are not natural plant eaters.
Yeah.
But you, under constant reassurances that this is going to help the pain and stuff, you do manage to force them to swallow it.
Mhm.
It was around that time, Rakondu, as
Actually,
you're looking over
Atlas
this,
is
as
gonna
you're seeing
actually
this
when.
scene. Hold on,
Okay.
Rakondu. Rakondu, as you are gazing out over this field and such, you feel a weird feeling, a weird sensation passes over you as you're kind of looking out over the fields, like a feeling of guilt and failure kind of washes over you. And it just comes out of nowhere
And
from
oddly
the
enough, I immediately think of a monster. A masked monster comes to my mind as I scan the field, and of course I'm reminded. And I look at the kid. You know, I'm not really helping Wall and Atlas. You know, as they're helping with the ogre kid. But you know, I just sort of standing away from that. But I'm sort of looking around, and this feeling kind of washes over me. That only makes me a bit more uh, introverted, and I sort of walk away as you two are administering to the ogre kid. You know, I go over to the debris. I look at the body, and I continue just sort of looking around at the other groups, and then back at Flame Dance, thinking of something.
Anyway, Alejandro, now you can go ahead and do what you're going to do. Sorry.
Actually, I was gonna say that I tell the little ogre like there's this herbs and things, and I like look at my forearm, my left forearm, and I take a bit of maybe one leaf, and I put it close to my. Oh, let's use the hand, the left hand. I put it like here, and I tell him make the bite a small one.
I see you three have the situation covered. I'm going to return back to Flame Dance. Take whatever.
Hey! Hey! It's a voice in Pelganese starts calling out across the field, one that you actually recognize, Atlas, is the voice of Lars. And you look and you see him, and he's running across the fields, waving his arms, and he's actually like limping, and he's got his hand on his side, and you see like as he's getting closer, you're seeing like fresh bandages in his gut
Okay.
as he's
Um,
as he's running, and there's like a definite panic as he's waving his hands.
on that time, did the little kid actually beat off my hand some meat?
Uh, just a little bit. He manages to like nibble at it. very weakly, but he manages to suck it down a bit.
Yeah, I
But
say like
otherwise,
feeling that that he barely probably has strength in jaws. I like touch his head and say like you're strong, but I'm not looking at him. I'm looking at Lars while I say this. Like my body language is very dismissive, even though my what I'm saying is like yeah you're strong, and I'm like standing up and I start running towards Lars and seeing like what the fuck is persecuting this.
and he's running.
Get
And he
my
manages to get up
chain
there, and he
while I run.
practically like, and he collapses, and he basically trips over at one point, and he manages to get up. He's never been as physically fit as you. You know that. The fact he's running like this is a big deal. And as he closes into you, that's where as he closes into you, and of your shoulders, and he's looking into your eyes with great desperation about something. That's where we're going to cut the scene over to David Anzalon, who is now rushing into Flame Dance in the search for that crazy woman or thing.
Rushing forth, even risking going through a few walls to hasten my way there to the town square where the refugees are gathered to check on my wife and child and the rest there.
Yeah. Well, you're beginning to realize as you're running through the town, you actually don't know where they went. You were taken away by Senbei to go to the tavern underground, under in that cellar, and the last place you went was the House of Contemplation. You're not sure where exactly she is, or where she would have found refuge. And so it's going to turn into a bit of a search.
Okay. If I happen to discover the whereabouts of Muhal as I'm looking, I will check in with him, as perhaps he can sense this creature with his many strange powers.
So as you're running, and you're like, okay, maybe I need to focus on Muhal. Maybe Muhal will be able to find this thing. Maybe find it, and you almost feel that instinctual pull of like the thread, that same connection that seemed to have entered your mind in that dangerous situation. You almost feel like you know exactly where he is, where to go, and you start making your way towards the northern half end of the fields. And you're passing through. There. Yep. And you sprint. You sprint as fast as you can. You pass through some people, and you feel their warmth, like clinging after you, and they shiver where you go. But you don't care. There's only the one thing. It's like Muhal, no. Muhal will know. Muhal will have the answers to all of this.
Pass through them, my eyelids flutter, and I'm kind of like, oh, that feels pretty good. But as I'm running, I look down and I start to notice that I'm moving faster than my legs are, and that's startling for a moment. But then I sort of like stop running for a moment, but I'm still moving forward, and I lean into it as I start sort of gliding over the ground, almost like I'm on roller skates, just like leaning forward to continue that momentum as I'm moving towards Mohal.
Yes. And you feel yourself, you just glide. You actually just glide, and you feel yourself doing this sensation, like you can actually glide, and maybe, and you're just floating, like practically a foot off the ground right now as you're gliding along, and you can up and up as you realize you are not bound by the laws of gravity, much as you are not bound by the laws of the barriers of physical barriers of the world. You find yourself like gliding over the top of the heads of ogres at a certain point, before you find yourself over the roof of buildings and gliding towards the end of the field. out there, and you are moving closer and closer to the collapsed farmhouse.
And my
And then you
expression
get
is shifting from one of like nervous fear to excitement as, oh my god, I'm fucking flying, it's so amazing, looking down and enjoying the sights, but then like, oh, I gotta hurry, and I concentrate again. But like my face keeps shifting from like that weird, like, excited big smile to like the nervous, like, puckered lips, like, woo, as I feel myself descend suddenly, as I'm not quite in control of this movement yet.
Yep. And you come flying down, 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 and as you're making your touchdown towards Mulhall, we'll go right back to the rest of the group as Atlas is trying desperately to catch his breath.
Lars.
It's Rose.
Rose. I was like flinging the chain to a side, and it's like I just like drop the shit, and it just like it goes from the place it was on the one hand, and it pulls the other. But then my hand is extremely firm, and it just like gets like janked in the air and falls. Yeah.
It's that a monster. A monster took her.
Where?
Back at the House of Contemplation, it walked in, and I tried to stop it, but he holds out like the side of his where the bandages are, and there seems to be like fresh blood leaking through it. Some more staining through the red.
I stand up and I start, no, I think no one there. Lars knows that I like curse the fuck out of the House of Contemplation, like saying that fucking shit place where everyone's asleep all the time. No one's gonna do fuck, And I went forward, Lars of course knows Moolish, and he can very well explain to others what the fuck happened. But I go son of a bitch sprinting there.
I turn towards Mulhall.
Wait, she's not there. She's not there. He's calling in Moolish. No, I told you it took her. It took her. I don't know where it took her. But he turns to Rakondu. But he does.
And like I was, I'm turning
Where
towards
is my
Mulhall,
sister?
like what's going on? Then I turn towards this.
I look at you in your eyes, Rakondu, and I say, "Where is my sister?"
Hold on, one moment.
And I say that in Pelganese.
That's fine. One second. Just to understand the scene here. I believe Rakondu and I were inside the building with the ogre. This conversation happened outside in the field as you ran off.
Well,
Did we
the house is mostly debris. There's some places you can see. Like there's only like maybe one
like
or two
collapsed.
small standing.
So we heard this exchange.
Yes.
My part, the very last part, he replied in Moolish, so neither of you understood. What I said, neither of you understood. I assume what Lars said at the beginning may have been in either Thuban or Pelganese. But then I looked at Rakondu in Pelganese. You have no idea what the fuck he said to me. I know what the fuck, So it's like I looked at you straight in the eyes, fucking angry, It's like, where's my sister now?
I just look at you, just like confused and like almost, and I give you an accusatory look, like, what are you, like, don't put this on me. Like, what are you talking about, you crazy human? But I just look. I don't respond. I just look at you like a confused look, and
So I say in Pelganese, none of us know what has happened here, save for the words of Lars. Tell us of this beast, this creature.
And he knows.
What has happened.
Where is my sister?
We will know. Tell us of this creature. This creature is what we must.
Will you shut up your bloody words and let Lars speak?
And he looks at you. There's a small sign of appreciation as he says,
And speak.
It said, it asked for you. It asked for you, Rakondu.
What is this?
It said to meet it. I don't know. It closed its eyes. It was horrible. It was absolutely horrible to look at. An absolute monster.
You're not talking about the man that you said healed by fire, or are you? And he's talking about
No,
Hishka.
it couldn't be. I I I don't know. He but he said Hishka. He said his name was Hishka, and that he would know where you first met him. He says he's pointing to Rakandu. He says you would know to meet him there. And he carried our sister off.
You know, I'm giving him a hard look, like.
Why would the Forest Warden take your sister?
I did it again.
Are you understanding what I'm saying? He's not a fort. It was a monster. I don't know if he wasn't Forest Watch. He wasn't Forest Watch. All I know is he wants him. He wants him. He said to bring that he wants for you to meet him where you first met him. That's all I know. I don't know what the fuck that thing was. But I doubt anything would be like that. Would even possibly be in the Forest Watch.
I say in Moolish to Lars, like, well, not to, like, I say in Moolish, and probably only Lars understands, like, fuck, I trusted the wrong person again. And I look at Rakandu and say, where is it? And now you see there's, like, some submission, some, like, what's the word?
Like you
some, let's say, submission on his voice, not the accusatory tone, but more the, you know, please tell me where is it so that we can go.
You know, and I look at you, and then I look over to this man I know that is your brother named Lars. I met him before, and I just look at him, kind of like giving him a nod, like as if Lars did his duty. You know, he took a wound and he did his duty, whatever he sought out to do, and I just give him like a strange sort of nod and a scowl. Like, but then I turned to Mulhall. Stay here, the boy. The other groupings, they find anything, gather them together, get what you can, bring it back to Flame Hands.
What of the rest of the Forest Watch? Without Hishka, whether for whatever reason he has done what he has done, whether for the right or wrong reasons, there will be...
Rakandu, could you please tell... are we done here?
And I just slowly turn to you, and it's like a look, like as if like the adults are talking, kind of thing. But I'm talking to like this little owl, like, and then I turn back to Mulhall, and I like nod, like what were you saying, like?
There are lives in danger. Come on. He's staying here to care for the ogre.
There were lives in danger since Tahul died, and we must take greatest care.
There is no time for a speech. One sentence. What do you want?
I want to know what happened. I look to Lars.
So we are going to figure out what happened.
Atlas, please.
Okay, and I
so
turn back towards Atlas, like.
There's an innocent life
of the rest of the survivors.
You're a watchman.
Harvest.
We are going, right? Why
yes,
are we wasting time?
Relax yourself. A crazy mind leads to nowhere.
What
did you nowhere? I think he said where you met him. Was it nowhere?
Yes, I heard what he said.
Huh?
Calm yourself.
We will find Rose, Atlas. And we will find her well. Make no mistake about that. I start to raise my voice really for the first time. I never really do that. Not with frustration or
look towards you like what?
Trying to and we will do what needs to be done, and we will get Rose back. But and Zach Mills, what of the rest of the survivors? What of your mother, Atlas? What of your mother, Lars? What of the wounded at the Harvest House? What of the rest of the Forest Watch? What happened for Hishka, the warden of the Forest Watchman, to do this? Was this done in broad daylight? Were people attacked, or was just this poor girl taken in the night, in the
Just as a
Lars,
curiosity,
Lars,
out of
Lars is looking at you, and
are you
he gave
completely
me
hands
this.
open with
He
hate?
gave me this. He gave me this, and he pulls the bandage off, and you actually see the huge gaping wound of like a huge chunk of flesh and sinew just ripped off. You can actually see bits of the bone.
I just
So
look at him
yeah,
like, up. He's
some
gonna.
people have gotten hurt. I'm not the only one. That rabbit lady.
Rakondo, please don't tell me this is what watchmen do. Fuck you! Is this what watchmen do? Are we gonna be here fucking talking with the stupid fucking owl that should be asleep or tending to the boy that has been strong enough already? Or are we gonna go and do what must be done? Because I have no time for fucking speeches. He's gonna fucking tell a speech, then the other motherfucker is gonna tell a speech, and then the fucking ogre is gonna die while we say words, and my sister will get a lot of more presents like my brother here. So are we gonna go fucking do what we must do? Or are we gonna watch men our way into words in this shit?
I just look at you and
I say to you, Rakondu,
I slowly turn.
I do not have answers for this, but it will take more than you to find out what is going on here. If Hishka has indeed done what has been done, I don't know the reason, but more than just you should go. More than just you are affected by this.
I'll need your reasoning. Come. You and I start moving towards you, Mulhall. I just pick you up, and I gesture towards in like a sudden burst of leadership. I just go up to you and I pick you up like underarm sort of style, and as I start, and I gesture to this silver-haired man. You watch after the boy. If any others are found, bring them here. Get together. Move into flame dance. We will return. And then I start falling into a jog.
Understood.
I don't regard you, Atlas,
And
but like I'm just,
yeah.
I mean, as if I know.
Lars is exhausted as he starts putting the bandage back on. He sort of winces as he sits down, and he looks at you, and there's just this knowing look, and it's just this look that passes between you, like you know what needs to be happen. And he's like, "Well, go follow him. Go get her back."
I look, I nod, and I go.
And so we montage across the way as we have our heroes running across fields, even moments where it would be like physically exhausting, where it's time to rest because this is a long jog, nearly almost 3 miles you have to go. And especially going the long way around, this takes an even longer time considering the great massive chasm that leads straight down, almost 2 miles in diameter. But finally, following Rakondu's lead, his knowledge of the area, even with the devastation around, the fallen trees, the burst out rocks, there's a few areas that are a little more perilous that you have to be a lot more careful as you go around. But within the next hour, you finally make it to the area. To describe the scene for you, the area is mostly clear except for one big long crevasse. Not very long. It's maybe only like maybe 2 feet wide, and maybe only like maybe 3 feet deep. But this long crack through the earth in what would have been a clearing. You see what an old fire might have been. A fire pit kind of burst apart from the shaking of the ground. A great mass of rocks, which Rakondu recognizes as was once the cave that Hishka used to live in. And there, tied up to a large rock with thick vines, tears staining her face, is Rose with a hooded figure. But the hooded figure is holding something right to her leg. And for anything. Go
Drop
ahead.
that.
And so you have come.
We are now going to flash back to the night before,
Of course we are.
during the storm, after the moment when Hishka left to follow his master. As the Thunderbirds are coming and threatening the way, and the thunder crashes and crumbles overhead, Ticha Baraxi Nkumba is talking to you, Hishka. Yes. I can taste the storm on my tongue. I can feel it in my bones. I have something very special for us tonight. Yes. We are to do a ritual. And your education is to begin. You are going to draw my circle for me.
I feel honored that you would trust me with this, Master Baraxi.
Well, remember, if you fail, I could very well die.
You would
And
put
there's a
such
smoke.
pressure on your young student?
Oh, consider it an incentive not to off me too soon. I have plenty of knowledge for you. And he sort of laughs and he claps it. I fully trust in your capabilities. You were already being trained, even before you met me. And besides, all you need to do is just follow the designs that I give you exactly.
How will the designs hold as this rain falls and muddens the earth?
You leave that to me with the ingredients I give you. But first, I must gather them back at the temple. We will conduct the ritual at midnight. Yes, at midnight. That'll be the best time. I've always wanted to ride a Thunderbird. Good. So you have time to gather yourself, to prepare yourself for this storm. Meet me in the fields to the south of here. That's where the ritual will be conducted. I will see you there.
I nod in agreement. And I turn back and look at that temple of that heathen god with its wicker men adorned across the walls and in the fields as some sort of statement. I shake my head.
These people are weak. Their king is a fool. My master knows best. I have much to learn.
And then almost like a shudder goes through me, like some callings, and instinctively so uncontrollably I sort of turn and face out into this dark forest.
What is this?
Just my sort of hands come up, just sort of like vibrate in unison, and this sort of pain is sort of coursing through me, and I think back on those words that my master gave me, like Master your own darkness, Hishka. Those words are just sort of echoing in my mind.
Master my own. I am the master of my own flesh.
And as if sort of like...
Uh-oh. Damn it, did he hit it?
He's struggling.
No.
Master that darkness.
The greatest.
We lost another one to the darkness. Damn you, Araman!
He'll be back.
He'll be back. Get him on. As a matter of fact, while we wait for him, I'm going to use...
As you go black.
I mean, you're supposed to imagine what's happening there. It's deep. It's a good
Oh my God.
tactic.
It's so deep.
Smart, clever role-playing move by nature in there.
Definitely. He gave my vote away. Oh, hey, he's coming back.
Meanwhile, sensing that the connection to Muhal had shifted its location, I swerved course, flying above the town, above the buildings, getting more used to this odd new movement now, getting a bit more graceful instead of my clumsy, arm flailing, stumbling turns and twists. As I fly across the town, I happen to catch through the path of a bird, and it drops dead from the chill, just out of nowhere. Caw! Splat! Onto the ground.
Go for it, Hitchka.
Go for it.
Sorry, where did it cut out?
I'm in control of my own
roiling
body.
of flesh. You'll master your own darkness.
Oh, my master's, the words of my master in my head. Master your own darkness, Hishka. And sort of my, arms go up sort of towards this. I can feel them yearning. These dark, demonic, corrupted spirits inside me that have afflicted and infected my flesh, and I feel them communicating, almost longing to go out there. And I think,
Do you call me to some dark master out there? Well, I will show him. I will show him that this darkness is mine. I will control it. I will master it. You do not rule here, and you do not need to coerce me. I walk freely these steps.
and they sort of rescind down, and they start to keep sort of whispering or talking amongst each other. I can feel the flesh coming alive, but at the same time, it's not resisting my movements. And I walk freely out into this dark night sky.
And so and it takes a while as you feel occasionally the small tug of almost feel like it's eagerness, as if the demons are almost like trying to leap from your own skin from time to time as you move closer and closer, and it guides you under the darkness of the thunderbirds. The lightning cracks, the rain pours down thick and cold, but still you walk, still you are driven by that burning inside you. And you climb up a rocky outcropping. This is where they're taking you to a strange, broken hillside. And it requires a little bit of climbing to get to the top. And it's so dark out there. But as you rise up, you see a shadowy form. It's big, and you can't really get the definition of it until the lightning cracks again and the scream of the thunderbirds resound through the heavens. And it's a figure you've seen and you haven't seen in a long time. The thing that is responsible for what turned you into what you are. The writer.
And just sort of, just a well of emotion just takes over, just anger, frustration, pain, the sadness, the loss of my tribe, my mothers, my mentors before me, and I just charged this thing. Legs, my long form out, my 6'10" long spindly frame, and I just charge at it. But as I near it,
its hand raises up. Even in the shadows, it's so that much is very much for, and you feel your flesh freeze.
And like sort of as if like the ground was made of iron and my kneecaps were magnets. I just like one just comes down and the other comes down, and I'm sort of on both knees before it, but still I stand defiant. It's like, I will strike you down, demon. You will not best me a second time. I have learned your lesson. I have taken your spirits in me and made them mine. Even though looking down at my knees, they obviously are not mine. I just sort of like, put out like a club, like a fist, a swipe at the air in front of me at him.
Then the voice, then it is quite silent for a moment as the thunder and the howling wind and the rain pours down. And the thunder cracks again. You can almost see the reflection of those milky cataract eyes, and those thick, long fingers, and you see the practical, like almost like collar of feathered arrowheads from its back as it holds that. And when it finally does speak, it's in a voice that almost the rain, the wind, and everything else itself seems to recoil at the unnaturalness of the words. But it's words you understand. It's words that you were given education for, as much as the language is something that is all practically an abomination and doesn't fit with the rest of the fabric of this world. Oh, my children. I see you have found a strong host. He starts curling his fingers a bit, and you feel your skin roiling and twisting and bending. You actually feel parts of it starting to split open as new mouths, new suckling fangs come across it, and tendrils of other forms start to go. Yes, this one is quite strong.
There is no place on this world that you can run, demon. I will find you. I will end you. Maybe not this day.
His mind is so defiant. It burns. I can feel that. Let's help it burn. Let's show him the feverish dream of truth. And he sort of passes his hand in a gesturing motion over, like almost over your head, even though he does not get down from that mount of his that coughs and hacks and spattles
I will not look upon your cursed lies.
And you feel almost like the demons in your flesh starting to surge, running up your neck, up the side of your face. You feel them sliding under your eyes as it starts going into your head, and you feel yourself breaking into a horrendous cold sweat, colder than the rain. The rain itself almost feels warm in comparison to the coldness that is of your body, and you feel the strength sapping from you as you begin to collapse a bit more and a bit more.
Now must.
You hear as you fall down, and the world is spinning, and there's the flash of thunderbirds crashing across the sky as they battle each other. Their claws crashing with thunder, their tails spitting out bolts, and the rain pouring down even harder. I mean, amongst that, in almost a delirious state, you can hear the wet slurp of tearing flesh, as you know exactly where he pulls those arrows from, those bone arrows from his own flesh, and he knocks it. And he aims down and fires it into one wrist. And you can feel the heat of an even deeper sickness beginning to spread from the strike of that arrow. And then the other one fires, going right through your palm, pinning you down there as you're there, and you feel the fever building anew, and you feel your flesh contorting and twisting and polluting, and your eyes are rolling into the back of your head as a horrible fever dream starts to come over You,
I've
visions
survived
passing through your mind.
affliction once before. God's right up. I will do so again.
And there's silence as the fever courses into your mind, and you begin to see visions of things, knowledge of other things going into your head that you can't quite fully comprehend, even in the delirious state. And yet, certain areas are brightly clear, and it's horrifying and yet enlightening, all at the same time as your mind tries to rebel against it. But the more the fever goes, the more like putty your mind and your defiance becomes, as the fever consumes, and suddenly certain thoughts are beginning to burn away and other ones etched in, snaking in and sliding as the demons begin to whisper. The truth of this reality, the truth of things. This world is dead. It is barely hanging on by its last dregs. What's the point in resisting it? What's the point in letting the horse, or no, not the horse, the cattle with its hobbed leg, its old age? What's the point in letting it linger? What's the point in letting a pet that is old of age suffer? What's the point in letting it suffer to death from old age, from cataracts, from illness? Wouldn't it be better just to release it? That's what this world is. It's that old pet. It's that cow with the broken leg that'll never walk again, and all will live is just a life of pain and misery. That's all that's left of this world. Tahul is dead. There's only one course of action to prevent this further suffering. The end. Of all things, no more pain, no more suffering. Oblivion. This world is dead. It just is a matter of time.
Calmness.
What is the point of resisting this? Norioscus granted me vision of the void, and I could see those interconnected lines like threads. Ahriman is under everything. He is connected to everything. Not even death was safe from his touch. This world is doomed. It is but a matter of time. Cycles, rotations round the Thraxus clock. This world is coming to an end. Why resist? So much pain. Death is a blessing for those that remain.
I start sort of thinking about the stories, theological stories, creation myths tossed around the campfire. And I remember hearing about, maybe this isn't, maybe there are worlds before, and does that mean there will be a world after this one?
I will be an agent of this end time, to hasten on oblivion and endless suffering, and I will not come empty-handed. I will bring a gift. I will bring tribute that will raise me up high. Grant me exalted position in the court of darkness. Yes, I have seen her. That Our priest, Muha, he had the right of it. He raised that girl in front of the crowd. Yes, she is the key I've seen. She will be the one who dances as this world ends. That is my gift to the Shadow King. Yes, I will have exalted place. My soul will live on. I will see the new world, the better world, the perfect world.
I have like a slight thought for all those loved ones that have passed. Thinking of my elders, my lineage.
I am committing the ultimate betrayal of my line. But who could stand where I stand, see what I see, and act differently? Resistance is futile.
Is that you feel the demons in your flesh almost as your flesh is knitting and re-knitting. You feel changes across your body in that fever delirium. You hear the voice. Yes, you will be my herald. Go now, my children. Do what must be done. And we flash now, fast forwarding slightly, as the scene dissolves now, when we see Chicha Baraxi Nikumba setting up certain things, jars of certain liquids, as in fluids, with strange Thraxan carvings on them, other things that are far more solid. And he holds in hand a stone tablet with a design on it. And as he's setting this up, he gazes around and he licks his lips, and his eyes narrow. He begins to look around as he listens to the wind, but another voice is carried on that wind.
I speak in Araman, blowing it into the wind as I stand atop a tree, perched, looking down. I look down my own corrupted flesh, which is now changed as flaps of skin and bone and claws droop from beneath my arms as I glide off the tree over his head, creating just a slight sound of cracking twigs as I land on another tree.
And he gazes, and he almost, into a slight distinction, like almost like a little bit of delay as you reach the other tree. He almost follows the path of the wind, almost. But even then, he's still gazing in the wrong direction as you blend into the shadows near perfectly. And he tries to lap it up, and he's in this crouched position, and he's reaching down to something in the back of his loincloth, and he pulls out a bone knife. And he's crouched low on the ground as he begins to sort of circle around, let his tongue lapping in the air as though trying to taste you.
And when his back is turned, I descend down upon him, my clawed feet landing upon his back and burying him into the ground. I do not face him. I roll with the motion of the fall and stand and turn to greet him.
And he's coughing, and their claws having gouged deep into his back as you tackle him. As he starts rising up, the rain mingles with his blood. But he raises the bone knife to you, and he's crouched, and he's trying to gaze at you, but the darkness is too much. He still doesn't recognize you, even in this. But he recognizes that but you can see the look on his face as though he recognizes that something wrong is in front of him. He grips the knife tighter.
Master your own.
Yes.
Master your own darkness, Hishka.
As I take one more step closer to reveal my face.
And it's those words and stuff, the beginnings of that whispering language of wind on his lips, as though he was about to call for something, stops as his eyes widen in your full visage. The knife doesn't drop, though, but he's looking at you with horror and his mouth slightly ajar.
Behold, Baraxi, a grand transformation has occurred. We departed, Master
I say, like, hand out towards him.
and Acolyte back at me. But these roles have reversed. For in me are spirits of darkness beyond your understanding, and I control them. They listen to me. I am the master of this body. Your words have come true.
As I, like, even just raising my arm, showing the completeness of this corruption, the licking tongues and mouths and protruding teeth and bone from all over my flesh.
I see. Even my own wisdom can be twisted to misunderstanding. Oh, Ishka, there was so much potential for you. It seems, though, that I will have a sacrifice for the Thunderbirds all the same. It's a shame it has to be you. And he lunges towards you with a wild scream as he has the dagger raised. But your new form is new and far too quick.
It's almost like I could predict. I almost felt it coming as I sort of let him bring close before, just with a quick, like, turn of my body, I bring him around to the side, and then as he sort of, lunges forward off balance and sort of slips in this rain that is pouring down, I just take one of my clawed hand and I just get him on the neck, and I don't raise him up high. I don't raise him up high to the sky. No, I bend him backwards down. So, like, now I'm sort of towering over him down like this, and it's like,
Those come willing to serve the darkness. You could have been nuts. You said it was Igvale herself that carried Araman into Tool. And you sit here, a speaker of wind, and defy the herald of the end times.
As I'm pushing him down even further, and now there's sort of those tendrils that hang on my back are raising up. They can smell the feast on this air. It's like,
I have never eaten the flesh of orc, but you will be my first, and I will take great pleasure in this. No one defies me now!
As these tendrils just sink all along his body, his shoulder, his back of his neck, his chest, just puncturing him everywhere, and slowly they suck the blood and life force out of him as it comes back in, and I sort of drink like the back of my thing as it's sort of sucking like a pump, just pulling him out, and eventually he goes limp, and I drop him.
Flame Dance, your end is nigh.
And I make my way towards the Temple of Contemplation.
Mm-hmm. But even then, you wait. There seems to be guards even now within the rain. And though you could slip easily by, even at this night in the storm and the rain and stuff, you can still feel further changes mutating as you've taken in the flesh of your now former master. And the change takes a while. You almost feel yourself needing for a moment to sit down, to rest, as the demons infesting your body are metabolizing this flesh that you have eaten. It's not until past the dawn that you rise again from a seated position. Even though the sunlight burns a bit more and riles, you feel so much stronger, and you look at yourself. You see even more changes along yourself. There's none that can stop you now. And you watch as guards seem to be focused in certain areas of the town, and you see an encampment going past where the temple of Nithraxu was, and you see them go. And you see, for a brief moment, you see Rakondu. You see Atlas. You see that little owl, Mohal. The only few we recognize as you watch them go.
You all will have a plan. No, sorry. You all have a part to play in my plan. We will meet when the time is right.
But for now, you slink, you slide even. And there's one point and two, you glide over the heads from rooftops until you reach the house of contemplation. She is there, you know it. No, a temple of the dream. What resistance will there be?
These priests will be asleep in their fantasies.
You glide and you crawl down, and you slide the curtain aside, and you catch the stench of the perfumes and the incense in there, but you also smell the old stains of blood from from 2 days before. And you look around, and you see her there with her family. You know that other human that stands with there, and that human woman, the older one, that must be the mother. But you see Lars, and you see other members of the church, and yes, of course, to your prediction, most of them are sleeping. The ones that are awake, they're not even priests. They're the other commoners, people who are still in suffering, injured, disposed of. And you walk in.
I don't even look at anyone. I just immediately walk straight up to Rose. I don't know if anyone gets away, but immediately she's asleep, isn't she?
No, she's awake at this moment. Both her, Lars, and the mother are all awake, along with a few people. Most of them see them. On the way. There is a small small woman who you definitely recognize. There's a priest. There's a small purple sash across her chest as she's smoking from a hookah. She seems barely awake as she's sort of like looking at you and blinking very slowly, and her eyes open sort of wide, and then they close again, and then they open again, and her ears sort of flop up and flop down and then flop up, and they open again. And her mouth opens slightly as though she's going to say something, but it seems to be caught, as though not sure what to say. But even then, you walk towards that, and there is actually someone who does catch sight of your face, aside from that someone else who's awake, who kind of like gasps in horror. And those that are awake turn, and suddenly there's a commotion going through, a small rousing and stirring of some of the priests, but they don't wake as you move towards them. Lars looks up, and he sees you, and he raises up and he stops, and he's trembling. You can see him trembling as he pushes his mother and Rose behind him. Rose is the young child Rose with her blue skins looking up at you, in her eyes wide in terror, and you almost see like an almost instinctual twist of her face that almost looks like an expression that you, the old you, used to make. How perceptive that child. She is truly the one. As you get closer, Lars is like trying to push them back and back, but he's still trembling. He's like, what are you? Stay back. Oh no, he's gone. No. Damn it. We're so close.
Just quietly is walking closer. No! No!
And then again, another tactful silence by Hishka. We are left to only contemplate what happened there. What gruesome sight enacted as he leapt upon Lars and took the child in the dead of night.
Everyone knows a Caliban can't enter a house uninvited. Yeah.
Oh, am I still? Really? Okay.
Yeah.
We don't. Not only do we have nymph ghosts, but we got robot ghosts too. High mechanical. Surely must have been a troll who made him before it actually died.
Mm-hmm. Yep, you sound solid.
Okay.
Yo, I am solid.
Taking a slight intermission.
Yep. Please don't adjust that dial. We will be back. Same bad time, same bad channel. Everyone's on the edge of their seat, waiting to know how this will all turn out.
Yes.
God damn it!
What is that freakish monster going to do?
Lars gonna get
Well-
fucked up. That's what's gonna happen.
Yep.
We'll
We already know he didn't get fucked up. We saw him already post this event.
Mike got
Maybe he's fainted.
Maybe that's like a demon that went out of Hishka's chest and just took the form of Lars.
Oh yeah, it could be.
What if Hishka was a gray?
There was a gray all along.
What a twist.
Maybe it was this lady, or maybe it was a pig.
What if we're all confused? We don't know.
What we know is that he definitely was the unicorn all along.
Thank you all for watching.
Thank you all for watching. Again,
Oh, the day to die.
Is that Australian sun?
okay. He's still.
He's working hard.
Australian sun is, it's kind
That Australian determination.
Yep.
In the meantime,
Yeah.
as this is going on in the past, many thoughts turn and roil within my mind as I feel myself taken up with such speed as I even begin to react to it. The snap of judgment and determination, man of action, what Kandu takes me up. And I feel the movement of being jostled as the great running strides, consistent leaps and steps as Rakandu, as the rest of us run with haste back to the site, wherever indeed this is, to this location requested by mind. Many emotions play upon me, and though I do not show it, fear begins to come over me. I know what Hishka might do. I sense the darkness within. But more than the... Well, never mind.
A true transformation has begun.
Sorry guys, where to cut out?
You're good.
You're good. Basically, Lars is pushing Rose and Grace behind him while he's like, what are you wanting? Don't come closer. Who are you? What? And he's doing best
You
to hold breath.
know me. You tended to my wounds once. Here, let me return the favor.
And I just step forward, just like gouge him, like right in the like ribs, sort of in the waist, and push him against the wall before just grabbing Rose and throwing her over my shoulder, and just start drag carrying her out before I turn and say, "Oh yeah."
Yeah, Grace screams and actually like for a moment almost like runs over to her son and like trying to like raise him up for a bit, but then she sees that you've got Rose. She actually tries to run at you and try to grab onto your arm to try and keep you from taking her daughter. She's shouting at you, "Let go of her, you monster!"
Oh, I just a furious swipe just comes back, aimed right at her face, upper torso, just to get out of my way. Just swipe, batting on her into the wall, and some blood sprays across the wall. Is that?
Just boom, she's knocked back.
Yep. Blood cascade.
Looking at Lars, I say,
Find the one known as Rakondu. Tell him to meet Hishka where he first met him.
And there are some priests that are starting to wake up and see this, but by that time you've left. You have Rose over your back, and she's trying to beat at you. She's trying to struggle, her mouth open, and a scream that can never escape from her. And you move forward, and as you start to reach the end of town, your hood back pulled over your head as you hold on to her. There's a voice you recognize as you start to reach the end. And Hishka?
I stop. I know that voice. I stop, like, just in my tracks. My back turned to the voice.
It is indeed the young mother. You know her. You know her mother who gave you sanctuary. This young orc. Alathi, the Machia. So young. Her eyes wide as she looks at you, and she begins to lope slowly towards you. Hishka, what are you doing here? What are you doing with that child?
And sort of my arms are shaking as I have the first moment of resistance since the transformation.
Hishka.
I think in my head I give in to the thoughts. In my mind,
Early death is a mercy.
and as she steps close, I turn and with my claws placed on her throat, one swift motion, rip her entire throat from her neck. And I catch her and lower her to the ground.
And then when you did that, her hand was reaching out to touch you. And she has her eyes wide in shock, her tongue lolling out, and the blood spurts up, catching you in the face as you feel the suckling tendrils of the demons suckling at the blood on your face, or desperately trying to go for it. Her fingers try to touch you, but they miss just barely, as life saps out of her.
This world is doomed, young mother. I save you from the trap tragedy of witnessing it end. There is no reincarnation. Your souls will be joined with those of our ancestors when they are wiped from existence.
And I just lower it to the ground and walk back to the cave, Rose in tow or in arm, dragging her, where I tie her against a stone and wait for my guests.
And it takes the time. It takes a long time, a lot of time to think, a lot of time to wait. But finally, they do come, and you prepare yourself most ready as you press your tool to your hostage. And they arrive.
Drop it! I say in Thrax as I had no doubt that I had put my trust again in the wrong person.
Take no further step.
As I have the arrow firmly pressed against her body.
Will you drop your cowardice and face me, man to man? And I'm gonna try an intimidation on that.
Could you give just a brief description of the face-off here?
Is that okay, Mike? Cool.
Yes. So to describe the scene, I'll let Hishka describe how he's got Rose tied up against the rock here first, and then I'll describe the rest of the scenery.
So imagine it about a stone about 3 foot sort of height, or maybe 4 foot height, and so Rose is just sort of pinned to it, and there's sort of like vines and other makeshift just sort of wrapped around the stone. So she's sort of like pinned like around the waist to this stone, quite like pinned down with her arms like underneath to this stone. My figure, my appearance has changed much. The flesh, the darker bits of my flesh have seemed to absorb and envelop, and those protruding bones and claws and suckling mouths have just grown longer and larger. There's my face, the side of my face, which was the brighter side, is now like totally been peeled away as if burnt, and the look, the demeanor on my face is one of calculation. I look amongst you all, and I have that arrow, like one of the arrows. There's another arrow buried in my wrist, and I have one of these arrows, which you can clearly see has moving parts, moving liquids upon it. As I like hold it against Rose, with my other arm.
You take no further steps.
As I pull out one arrow and toss it, and it lands at your feet. You can clearly see the infestation upon it.
And to describe the rest of the scene, it's basically
You're gonna win, but
the quote unquote dividing line. The quote unquote dividing line between you is he's on one side of this 2 foot wide crack in the earth. That here it's mostly unstable. It's mostly clear, but still slightly unstable land, aside from this small gap that seems that you guys are on one side and he's on the other, and has got the this blackened boned arrow with the weird pus and the bits of rotting flesh in the hook to it, to Rose. And not even then, the thing is he's not even holding it to like her chest or anything. He only has it like right up to her arm and to her shoulder. And he's holding it right there. He tosses the other arrow that was in his wrist before you past the almost expertly past the crevasse, and it lands at your guys' feet. Otherwise, the area is fairly clear. There are rocks and debris all around. But you're
the
on
other
one
side?
side and he's on the other.
Is Pishka gonna make a resistance roll? I didn't score high, but
Yeah.
who knows?
What'd you get?
Ishka,
Just a 10. No, 9. So it was
I
not
don't even have to roll to beat that.
mm,
Oh,
Like that.
yeah.
If I like, it's just it's. I mean, I guess I could get double ones. I mean, that's it.
yeah, but it's okay.
I
So
can't. I'm
you
just trying to
see
open
me
up my dice.
scrambling.
My computer's
You see me
being really
scrambling
crap
back.
here.
I just said, like
It's not
pays me
thematically
that math
appropriate
that I'm
to
negotiate, and I have my whirling chain at my side. So how do you react? Obviously not scared, but how do you react? I say that.
Hold yourself, I am in control here.
As I press it even closer to Rose, seeing you all arrive here.
I let the chain fall to the earth. The metal part of it, I was whirling.
What is your relationship with this one? Is she your daughter? Is she your trusted ward? I saw you twitch as he pulled her up onto the dais and showed her to the crowd of flame dance.
For a second, I think of Noah, but then he's not important right now. I'm giving you my complete attention, as I did before, but at the same time, completely different than how I did before. And I say, I am her brother and protector. You're in control here, so I already failed.
Well,
But I'm here
brother,
nevertheless. What do you want? What are your demands?
brother of this one, I have seen a dire portent. There is no stopping the Shadow King. A darkness will descend upon this world like it has on worlds before. Your sister has an important role to play. She will dance as this world ends, and in doing so, open the channel into dream and opiate, where that one's fictitious world will end as the darkness comes down on its walls. You, Atlas, as brother of this one, you could have an exalted position at her side. Join me in the court of darkness. It is your only hope of salvation.
As I gesturing towards the arrow, it's like,
To join me, puncture your skin with that device. That is your submission. That is the price you will pay to survive.
and switching to more ghoulish, where I know.
Rakondu, how things have changed. I bet you wish you ended me when you first came upon me.
I pause. There's like a hesitation, and then I say, "That is a lie. Fictitious. Made up in your mind. Stop this madness at once."
I'm glad you see it that way. For I offer you life. I offer you a chance to salvage what remains of your soul. For there is no stopping Ahriman. Resistance is futile. I say this to you, for you know my defiance. I told you my story, what I had been through and overcome. Look at me straight in the face and tell me I was not defiant. The most defiant. And look what it has earned me. If such a thing could befall me, then what chance do any of you have to stand against the darkness? The only hope.
You look down to your arm, Hishka, skittering on your hand. A tiny little spider, black, nibbles on your arm. And then a huge wave of them creep out from the wall behind you, covering the entire house, exploding forward in a chittering, squeaking horde as you feel a sudden chill, an icy lance piercing through your chest as your life force starts to be transferred.
I sort of look around, like expecting to turn and see something that has just stabbed me, and I'm looking around to see if there's any newcomers
do
from
turn.
behind looking around.
You see a face, but horribly distorted. Might have been a Clayman at one point, but the eyes and mouth are much larger, solid black voids, 3 great ovals as they stretch wide. And you can see wispy strands of energy, life force pulling off yourself and going into these black, empty sockets, being absorbed as the spiders crawl and cover your entire body, squeaking and chittering, biting with phantom teeth.
All right. At this point, first of all, Remington, how much health gauge do you suck dry out of him?
I think it's 4 or 5.
I think it's 5. But yeah, you suck 5. And at this point, now I will have everyone roll reaction, because now at this
Okay.
point,
Yeah, it's 5.
because actions are going to be very important at this point.
So I lose 5 health gauge. Is that right?
Yes.
Okey-doke.
It looks like 14. I'll confirm.
Oh. Alright, I got a 23.
Jesus,
Holy
Rakondu.
moly.
Honor! So the 35, the Lou the machine is going first. I believe then Rakondu, then Muhal, then David Anzalon, and then Atlas. So with that, begin.
I see this other dark force assailing this pitiful monster, and I see my chance, my opportunity. My right leg sweeps behind me, and I duck down as if a sprinter getting ready to leap, and that is exactly what I do. I break out into a run, and I jump for jump over the crevice and towards the base of the stone. And as I jump, I take out my copper sword, and I'm going to use that almost like as a way to hook it around something, with one hand and the other hand, or aid me in some way in cutting into the dirt, into the stone, if I just don't make it, or perhaps something else. And I jump. You just want me to give you a roll or something?
Yeah, go ahead, make an athletics.
Yeah, do you want this to be dex or strength?
Are you trying to be fancy with this, or are you trying to just straight up launch yourself?
No, I'm just trying to jump. So we'll just say dex.
Keep in mind, there's like thousands of little spiders occupying the back end of this room, just swarming all over Hishka and all over the walls and floors and dropping in.
Like,
I just see it like this dumb monster full with darkness, and he's getting his upcomings. And hold on, let me athletics. Oh yeah. Okay, 18. I'm gonna roll.
You got a what?
I got my
On the
18 on my athletics roll.
Cool. It's not that big of a jump to get across
Oh, okay.
the small 2 feet crevasse. You exceed that. It's pretty much that leap. You pretty much leap and you close the gap and you got the flying leap over to him. Go ahead and add an additional 2 to the attack roll as you're making this charging leap through the air to bring the blade down.
Bring the blade down onto the rope bindings, and the vines and the whatnot. I'm trying to they hit up against. I'm trying to leap between Hishka and the stone where he's up and he's up with Rose with the arrow. I'm trying to
Gotcha.
go between them and cut the her bindings.
All right, cool. Do roll me just in case, just to make sure you don't accidentally hit someone you're not intending to.
Okay. That'll be a 16.
16.
Oh, I
Okay,
mean
yes,
18 for the.
yeah.
Plus
You easily cast your blade down as the rope vines as Hishka's flailing from the spiders and the seeping cold that's starting to go into his flesh.
Well, that's my turn.
And now and that's your turn. And you have yourself somewhat between you and Hishka, as Hishka is continuing is there with the ropes of bind, and Rose is starting to try and get out, but it is Hishka's turn.
And that's right. As I bring a hand down to sweep these spiders on me that seem to be sucking my life force out, and I just attempt to brush them off. Just wondering what this looks like.
What's worse is when you're trying to brush the spiders off, it seems it's like the more you brush off, the more seem to multiply. It's like they're almost multiplying out of your own skin now, and just cascading all across you. In order to keep your head, because this is rather horrifying, please roll me a meditation roll. Ooh.
21.
That is enough. You realize these spiders, they're clawing at you. They don't matter. These spiders do not matter. Only one other thing matters.
And I look down and I see. Actually, no, I don't look down. This one is still in my hand. The arrow from the rider, which was buried in my wrist and is now in my hand. And I can see. So is Rakondo between me and Rose?
Yes, there is a small enough gap. If you want to risk it, it will be a lot more difficult. But you could attempt to sort of fling the arrow head at her if you wanted to. But otherwise, he is mostly blocking it up. It would be a defense. You'd have to beat a 19.
I'm not even going to attack. I'm just going to point it out to Rakondo, and I say,
I see your training, Rakondo. I see the machinations of your mind like clockwork. You are disciplined, yes. You are dutiful. You have the makings of a great general in you. Why do you linger here and waste your talents on those who aren't worthy of it? We, born of races of hatred and enmity, yet the connection between us brought us close. We could be brothers in the world after this. Join me, Rakondo. Stop your foolish games.
And that's my intimidate.
Ooh. Oh, yeah, and that's an accelerated action for you.
No, it's just my move action, and I'm going to say
okay.
the standard action was brushing off the spiders and coming to that realization. So that is a 15.
I got a 15.
Okay, Defender wins.
I've got
think
to beat
that
a
it would.
15. So bang, nothing happens. All right, that's my go.
So like you know,
I'm
you
sort
know,
of just
and,
standing
like,
there with like the arrow outstretched, like as if it's pointing towards you.
yeah, and like
I-
I turn to face you, and I give like a hardened gaze as I recovering from my leap and my actions.
Hmm. And now it is on to Muhal.
As this standoff erupts into chaotic violence, it takes me a moment as the strange words of horror, of despair, of resignation, of Hishka, this strange, touched orc, rings out through my mind. I see I am so small. I am so small against these massive creatures of Vigish and men and orc. But they are the terrified, gleaming eyes of Rose, tied, trying, still struggling to get free, to get away, to fight back against this. I look at those massive eyes of mine and I try to catch her gaze through this fracas that is going on, and I speak out in Pelganese in a shout, and I seem not to be speaking to her, rather than to taunt Hishka or to embolden the allies or even myself, but I speak to her in Pelganese and say, "Hope. This is not hope. Oh, for hope is the realm of dreams. Hope, fear, Ahriman. The tide of darkness that has swept away 3 worlds is not an inevitability. For as Ahriman has maintained, so too has life yet erupted from the void, from nothingness. Ever and ever and ever again do dreams yet rise, and hope and fear and joy, and all the wondrous splendors of emotion of mortal minds do yet call forth against the uncompromising darkness. And I take out from my person some of those unguents and elixirs, those hallucinogens that are meant to be burned and to be breathed in, dissipated over a great distance, not to be concentrated. And I begin to pour some of that vile liquid down my throat. I breathe in pure imagination as those eyes become completely black, as my eyes dilate completely and then shrink back almost to pure glittering emeralds. And I start to shake and to shudder as I tremble and feel the immediate effects of these hallucinogens upon my person, for I am weak in this world, but I am mighty in the dream. And as I collapse, I say with finality, I say, I have seen more than any here might know. Within the dreams and nightmares of all the people of this world, I see their greatest hopes and their greatest fears. That is what opiate is, what drives us all and keeps us going in the face of seemingly despairing odds. And I call out with that hooting yell of a scream of both pain as the sensory overload of overdosing on massive amounts of opiates, as my blood seems to scream as I feel it pumping through my veins. I can feel my bones and my flesh, the tendons. I can almost feel the sounds I emit, and as if every bit of flickering light against the fire of this place is a thunder strike going off within my eyes themselves. I scream out as my mind erupts and splits and rips free of its limitations. As I feel David Anzelon, I feel as if it were me, as if it were us, as if it were we, the Dream Weaver, but I scream out louder and louder, and I seek out that mighty ancient mind who has suffered and lost so much more than even Hishka could know. But he still yet walks and still yet lives. And I will roll a meditation, astral roll, and we will see what happens.
Just so the rest of us, you just sort of like collapse into a dream. Is that for the rest of us?
For this moment,
Seeing-
I'm leaving it totally up to the flame tender to decide what happens to me afterwards.
But he drank something and fell over.
Yes, I did.
Yep.
Okay, so I am
Mulhall
going
laid
to
there like a
assume,
slug. It was his only defense.
I'm going to assume that my turn happened like 75% of
I
that
can't
talk.
see my rolls. I see one die.
I
see an
know.
8. I don't see anything
But
else.
my suspension of disbelief is seriously shattered.
Oh,
Huh.
it's on my screen. I don't see it.
Oh,
I guess that was an 8 and a 4. I only see the 8 on my dice stream, which is odd.
Huh. Weird.
Okay.
But yeah, so you have an 8, 4, and 7.
Okay.
Yeah.
33.
33. Okay, and the call goes out large and wide, and you feel it resonate against crystalline lattices of dream before it solidifies into something harder and unmoving, like iron, and it burns your mind, but you know it's heard, and you can feel the pulse.
And
It's heard.
without language, of connection, but I'll say it anyway because we are mortal men. It feels Budarak, the blood of the forge that yet runs hot and burns the murderer of your father, yet wishes to not only end Tahul, but unravel the world itself, to do what he almost did, what it almost did 5,000 cycles ago, when you last walked upon this earth. You awaken for this moment.
And it's that sensation. And you feel it, not as you feel it, as you in the dream feel this presence, this burning, this anger, the sensation, this liquid thought and memory is being transferred to it, even if against its will. You plant the ideas of what is happening, what is here, what could potentially be done, and you feel the burning, not just of the iron, but of anger. And in the physical world, there is a rumble, a small shake in the ground. But now we turn to Atlas.
okay. So Atlas, well, I assume, I don't know, while the owl was speaking, would have tried to basically follow lead of Rakandu and jump and try to arrive towards Rose, and be another wall maybe, or yeah. But right now, like Ricky, Hishka still has a hand in Rose, right? Like has
No,
her by her
no.
wrist.
No.
Okay, perfect. Then yeah, I'm gonna try to basically go and grab her and get her out of there.
All right, go ahead. Roll in athletics just so you can make sure you jump over that small crevasse
Okay.
effectively and get to her.
So that is 11 plus 8, 19.
Oh yeah, you definitely make it there. You leap over there. You're right, pretty much at her side almost in no time, and you grab
Yeah.
her. The vine is falling from her.
Yeah. Okay. So I grab her and I'm gonna try like on the time Moha was talking diverting Hishka. I originally wanted to distract Hishka, keep him talking, but obviously they're doing that for me. So Rikondo being in between Hishka and the Rose and me, I get I get Rose, because these people, the little owl throws a big speech, and as I am like taking Rose, it's like, huh, he fainted. Okay. And I
Yep. So
basically, I basically like grab her and try to basically run, jump out of the again.
with that roll, I'll say that's enough. You get her. You start
Yeah.
running. You
Yes.
leap over to the other edge, and you're pretty much booking it or getting her as far away from this place as possible.
Yeah.
Remington, I apologize. Go ahead and do another roll on that brawl. Considering Hishka has been moving around.
Oh, no worries. Also, I wanted to
Yeah.
mention that the spiders were inexplicably ignoring the girl. They were like swarming around her, like she was some kind of a protective circle around her. Anyway, so as I have one arm thrust into Hishka, and he's looking at me and my freakish void of a face, my other arm slowly lifts, and you'd see I'm holding a noose there in that hand. And I would like to loop it around him. What do I need for that?
Go ahead and do me a throw then. See if you can't loop it around him.
All right, I will give you an
Oh,
athletic.
actually, make that a grapple, or make that a grapple since you're
Okay,
like
I'll
going
give
up.
you a brawly brawl. All right, here we go. An 8.
An 8.
The usual rules. If
Hishka,
you
since
like,
this is a physical thing that he's about to loop around you, you have a defense roll against this.
the
So
usual rules,
What
by
did
the
he
way,
get?
are you would double any grappling force that
hold
you
on.
have because you're using a cestus.
I don't have any fortes.
Oh.
Sorry, what am I
Hold on.
rolling against?
Defense.
Roll a defense roll because he's trying to. Well, roll a defense roll because he's trying to slip a noose around your head, and it's a physical thing, so you can actually see this coming.
Oh Jesus. That's a 13.
Can you beat an 8?
Oh yeah, it's a 13.
Okay, you beat it. So you feel this like start as you're doing your dramatic speech to him. You feel something coming over your head, and you twist almost instinctively as you see this floating noose coming out around your head, and you're just like, it's just floating there from that weird, horribly ghostly figure for a moment that you saw before.
And like with this movement that's going on, you like accidentally sort of hook it around like one of the sort of like spikes sort of sticking out near my neck. It's sort of like a miss as it catches on it and sort of loops down. It's sort of like sitting on like my shoulder, and it kind of like on me but not around my neck.
Yep. And now we are back to the top. Go for it, Rakondu.
So you gesture out, and I look at you with my hardened gaze. Obviously, the monster has gone mad. But as Atlas, gets Rose and he's falling back. I just see like the strange things that are going around you. Some other sort of thing is assailing you, or I don't know. So I just have my sword out. My shield is still just on my back. But I just have my sword out, and I slowly begin to retreat. And I just give a slight shake of my head before I turn and follow after Atlas, and I look for Mulahall. Maybe a point where the crevice is a bit smaller, and to hop over and like pick up Mulahall to just to get away. They'll get him to safety. But you tell me, Flame Tender, if I'm able to do that. I do have a speed of
You're
20,
more than
so
yeah.
know,
Yeah,
there's
you make your break. You make your breakaway as he's distracted by the noose, and I'm not going to bother making people roll over the thing anymore. They're more than well aware of the of the size of the gap at the moment. As you rage over there, you scoop up Muhal and you begin running.
And I don't like scoop you up like you're a child Hall. It's more like, clergyman, come with me. You know, and then I just say that, and then I take, and then I pick you up. I like get you by by the base of your arm, like under your arm kind of thing.
We're just running, and you just snatch up. It's time to go.
There's a little bit of decor. But and I don't, I'm not sprinting, but let's say I reach you and I start, just jogging back to Alice and the girl, and like I'm watching what's going on with Hishka. Kind of in awe as well with that. But.
So
correct me right. So Atlas and Rose are still on my side of the.
No, they've leapt on the other side. Rakondu's moving past them because he's faster at the moment.
Oh, okay.
But, yeah, you what is okay? Okay, so Atlas is a 15. Rakondu has a 20. What do you have?
I have a 10.
Hishka.
But I can definitely catch Atlas because he used most of his move to come to me and then across. So like.
Exactly.
That's a bit of thing. Like I don't know. I'm confused because like Mohal talked, for a lot longer than a round, so I'm confused.
What? No, that was in
It's all abstraction.
It's all
all
abstraction. He wasn't actually saying those words.
Sure, yeah, okay, yeah.
Okay. He just took a shot of Vicodin.
Yeah, sure.
And,
Okay, then let me rewire my mind. Okay, he said something. I thought he was distracted, and then you tried to stop me as I was too hasteful. Okay. So I don't know.
Now it is Hishka's turn. Hishka, it is your go. You are definitely can make a wild leap at them to catch up with them and do what you're gonna do.
So once again, firming my corrupted clawed hand grip upon this arrow, I look at them and muttering under my breath, I say,
Araman's gaze falls upon all of you, and he finds you all worthless.
And with these strides, and my arms go out, those newly formed wings glide out, and I leap, and gliding down with a strike, I have with the arrow out, because I think that I may end here, but my purpose, my goal, will not end with me, as my strike with the corrupted arrow is aimed right at Rose, who Atlas is carrying. I don't know if she wants to make the defense. I guess Atlas probably could, but that's my target as I'm gliding down, not trying to kill her with it, but just to bury it into her flesh.
Yeah, if it's okay, I definitely try and evade.
Yeah. Since you have her, you get to make the defense roll. You are at a minus. You are at a -2. Simply because you are holding on to her and you're trying to get her out of the way.
Indeed.
So.
Okay.
Oh, Ishka, what did you roll? What have you done?
It's not the best.
Well, let's see how well.
What did he get? I have 16. Let me confirm that.
Well, I got 11 on the die. Plus 7 is 18.
16. Because of the weight of her, I could not keep her out of your reach. So you got her.
So you managed to shield most of her flesh out, but as you sort of put your body like in front of it, one of her legs sort of like hooked around, and I stab it right into like the shin, and it pierces in, and she lets out a cry as I sort of now stand in front of you. I'm quite off balanced, if you will. I'm willing to take a big penalty on the next round, but the arrow cleanses in, and I sort of into her shin, and speaking to you, Atlas, I say,
"You are a fool to defy me."
No, that's my turn.
Many a times that fool has won, and I'll win this time. You heard me.
And And unfortunately, Mulahal, you are still unconscious. But right now, everyone you feel, and this, even with your own unbalance, you feel another tremble as the world shakes. And something mighty is coming. Something big. And it is now, I forgot, it is Remington's turn. He got the 19. So, Remington, go.
So as I hear the child cry out, that horrifying visage fades from me, and I'm left with the frown like gritted teeth, eyebrows angled upward in sadness as, I was a fool to attempt that stupid noose. I should have put him down first. No, no! As I charge after him, floating forward, like leaned over like 45 degrees with my hand outstretched, as I just sort of merge my body with his, draining as much heat as I can into my chilling iceness.
Go ahead and roll me a brawl against the static defense, as he can't see you. See if you can't boost on some drain.
I boost on a 7.
Okay. And Hishka, what's your static defense?
10.
Oh, okay,
10.
so just
And
no boost. So that'll
no
be
boost.
5.
Okay, so five more health gauge going out. Yeah.
Holy smoly. I'm not in the quick yet.
It's kind of like
Oh God.
I'm hugging you almost from behind, as my fingers are pressing into your body like knives and just leaching out that essence.
As this force comes over, this draining force, as my back arches, and in my mind I sort of have this, second guessing, questioning thought in my mind.
It's like, Saruman, I'm doing your bidding. What is this? Do not disobey me, spirits.
As I think it's the demons in my body resisting my commands. I have no idea what's going on here.
And as you're dashing forward to try and get the child, there's like windows and creaky floorboards and whatnot that are bursting and popping open with more little hordes of spiders that creep out and come after just you, and they're climbing up your legs and trying to cling to you.
We're in like a field.
Oh, why did I think we were in a building? I'm sorry.
No, you're in the middle of the field.
Dirt mounds and little bushes are blowing up, and spiders. Oh man, god damn it! I could make you think you were in a house.
Why am I in a house? The reality bleeds when a ghost appears.
I'm a clayman. All I can see is buildings.
And speaking of buildings, yep, let's Mr. Brick House. Go at it. Go, Alejandro.
Okay, so I hear the scream and I feel it in my own flesh, as I have no doubt that he has actually caught some part of her, and I'm afraid and thinking, what could he have got, as I am trying to run away from him, what could he have got? And then I don't know if I noticed, okay, so I have her like this, I look, what I have of her, she seems fine, and I put her, because this fiend, I thought he was distracted, but Muahal's speech came to a sudden end too quickly, and he Atlas puts Rose, I look behind me, how far away are Hishka.
He did actually sort of glide over you. He's actually in front of you.
Oh, okay. Okay. Then yeah, I mean, he would have a. Is there a way mechanically to? Yeah. Okay. Never mind. Okay. So I run and No, I'm just gonna. Okay. So he's in front of me. I'm just gonna try to straight up attack Hishka.
Yeah.
You get a +1 because it's the second attack.
True.
That's me.
True.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a brawl. Go
Let's
punch him.
I'm gonna. Yeah, it's gonna be a kick actually, but yeah.
I got a 19.
Oh damn it. Well, let's try and see what happens. Uh, fuck it, it's not rolling. Oh yeah. Fuck shit. Okay, that's just that's 11. Yeah, I don't make it at all. I okay. So you basically you see my feet. You know, you see me like do a kind of like one of my kicks comes from behind. So I make like I turn my body as the kick tries to catch your head with its heel, and it goes fast, and you know there's a technique to it, but you are too swift. So may describe how you evade me as I go try to go like laterally to you.
I'll reach down and pull my arms down and lock your leg against the side of my hip, like I'm grabbing your leg. That's the way I dodge, by like halting your motion and holding your leg in my arms, and we'll just hold that until my next turn.
No, honestly, you lose my leg then. I mean, that would be a grapple attempt.
Yeah,
It's
and
just
I'm
like
gonna do
they
it. I'm gonna do it in my next turn, Elliot. That's not my turn right now.
Yeah. We're all in constant motion here, baby. Anyway, so we are back to the top of the round. So it's Rakandu carrying Muhal.
Rakandu's turn? Yeah.
Yeah.
Lewis.
Lewis can't hear us, can he? Damn it, Lou.
That's what I thought. Okay. The music was too loud. I had to turn it down. So you know, I got Mulahal, and I see the two of them. You know, they're fighting. Rose is on the ground, right? Right.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, well, she was in the arms, basically, but yeah, I don't think she's in his arms anymore.
So I move, you know, like a safe distance away from where you know I think Mulahal will be safe. And like I set you down, and you know as I set you down like you were a child, but I'm still trying to be respectful because you're clergy. So you know I kind of go down on one knee as I put you down, and I just give you like a dutiful look. I don't say anything. Cause turn back, and I make my way over to those two. But that's my turn.
Okay. Hishka, go ahead and make your grapple, since that's what you're doing.
But first, before I make my grapple, holding his leg face to face, I flare up. Those wicked tongues coming out, like tongues sort of coming out and sort of splitting those looping sort of tentacles out, raise up like the heckles on a lion as I look at him face to face. And I say,
You all run from me, but there is no escaping the end time. Look up in the sky.
Yep. So yeah.
Ahriman gazes at you, Atlas. You are nothing!
that's fine. Intimidate, and then I will roll to do some sort of a slam, even though I'm not very good at slam. So my intimidate is a measly, where are you? 6 plus 9 is 15 on the intimidate.
Oh, perfect. Mine is 15 too.
Oh,
Yep.
Perfect. So you say that, and like for a second, like I feel it. I know where you're looking at. I don't even go at those eyes. I just say, I know he's always gazing, but you gave up, and I haven't. And then you try a slam, and you
And
try
I
a slam
suppress.
and-
So
Okay.
8 plus a I have.
And as I am
guess it's
saying
just-
this, like, sorry.
So 15 again. Sorry.
Nice. Okay. As I am replying this to
I'm
you,
trying to
like,
lift your whole weight up with this leg as I turn, like as if I'm, because your leg came up, hit me, and then it's sort of like I'm turning almost with the motion. Although I guess you've had
Nice.
time to stabilize, hopping and
Yeah,
catch stuff.
nice.
I'm trying to turn you and
Yeah.
toss you to the ground towards the the hole in the earth.
Yeah, nice. Okay, so in that time, basically, like I loosened my grip on Rose to let her flee, as I am twirling next to the ground, my torso. So yeah, she can basically maybe what's the like toddler her way out of it. As I do that, and you try to slam me, I'm going to make that would be a brawl. Grapple is acceptable, so I'm gonna try that.
Yep.
You made a 15. Let's see how it goes. I'd say I'd probably have a hefty penalty because of Rose trying to let her go, or should we just say he grapples me?
Yeah,
That's up to the flame tender.
yeah, just roll your defense. I'll let you know.
Okay.
Or
Nice.
roll your brawl. Yeah. Ooh, yeah.
Okay.
Ooh.
Okay. Oh fuck shit.
Roll
Well,
another
anyways, 12.
Uh,
12 plus 7. No, 12 plus 7. Yeah, 12 plus 7. That would be a 19. Okay, so
Yep.
you try to take me over, and I go like, huh, you think this is a slam? I practiced since I was a kid with ogres. That's not a slam. And I say as I swiftly move my legs, move my limbs out of your swirly demon-hounded body, and I tumble my way. Now
I would say in this dripping rain, like the rain on your leg, as your thick, powerful legs, you're much heavier than I do, and as you sort of push off, my arms like slide down your leg as I begin to lose balance and fall back towards the split in this earth, and I only just gather my balance at the end, right at the edge. I look back down and I can see nothing but blackness below.
I swirl my chains and I say, you gave up your will. I will make sure your body follows. With that,
and with that, there is a final boom that shakes, and it even shakes Moohall awake, and a great shadow cascades over all of you. And as you look up, the eyes of Ahriman have been blotted out by a figure standing tall, giant amongst you, 35 feet in height and wide. It blocks out the eyes, but you can still see the glint of those emerald greens gazing down at you, Hishka. And a bawling hand curls up and raises, and it brings it down. Go ahead and roll a defense roll, please.
21.
Let's see. I know mine's not going to show up, but I will see. Ooh. Okay, I'll suppress. But it's a 31.
Well,
and I don't. Yeah, you're pretty dead.
What is it doing? I'm pretty sure I'm dead. I'm on 9 health at the moment, and I have
it does 29. Armor. It's doing 29 to you. And it just bypasses armor. And the fist comes crashing down with such a force. Everyone needs to roll me acrobatics to even remain on their feet, and the difficulty is a 20.
That's a cool roll.
I'm like running back in the sun's shockwave. I'm like, oh. And I stumble, not fall.
So I say like, your body will follow, and then like, the fucking hand, just like mosquitoes, I think, the Hishka, and I'm like, whoa, and I fall to the ground.
And there's a long silence for a moment.
I'm like a pulp now, just a flattened out bit of mush that's now dripping into the open bit of earth. Like just the remains of his are just dripping down into the broken earth, like flowing with the rain over the edge.
And with little bits of remains on the edge edge of this giant fist. You were lucky, Remington, because you to a degree, you felt the presence of that. And you know full well that fist could have actually hurt you, but it didn't.
Yeah,
It chose not to.
yeah. If I Remington were there, I would probably shit myself.
Yes,
Meanwhile,
yes. Okay,
David floating
David.
a foot
So,
over the ground is not really feeling the shockwave from that as it passes through
but
my
you are.
ethereal body.
Yeah, but even then, that sensation as it passed through you, as that fist crashed down, you know that fist, even though it passed through you, you know it could have touched you. It could have smashed you flat just like this thing, but it chose not to. In that moment, the amount of control and that power and that presence, as it lifts it up, you see a dark ghost standing over the remains of its body. And the hand reaches down and grabs that and crushes it.
And I shiver seeing that. As that could have just as easily been me.
And then it turns and looks down at you, Mohal. For a brief moment, and then it turns and it just begins to walk. As it does so, it shimmers and fades away. There is a small, weak sort of gasp of air as Rose is on the ground and she's shaking, and there's cold sweat mingling down her face, and her mouth is open in a wordless cry as her eyes are rolling in the back of her head. Cold sweat. Her gums are starting to bleed. And it's with that we will turn to soliloquies, but we will do Hishka first, in the moments before he is smashed to pieces.
Ooh. A fruitless endeavor. I failed, not because I wasn't strong enough. I allowed my old compassion to seep in. I so wanted kinship, those feelings to recondu, that brotherhood I yearned for. It was the end of me. I should have ended them all like I ended my master. Ruthless, cunning. I failed. And now I'm going to have to face Ahriman and his court. I'll be ripped apart as the unworthy soul that I am, and there will be no rebirth. And while the exalted, while the raised high that bring upon the end times will have position of survival in the court of darkness, I will join the horde of the worthless and watch as my betters prosper, and whatever is left of me fades into oblivion. But all of that does not come to pass, so that giant is just grabbed. What? But I am gone. There will be no redemption. There will be no claim. Hishka ceases to exist.
Who wants to go?
Bullhole.
I'll go. We got theme song going. There we go.
Yeah, it's playing.
Get up the volume. I actually don't hear it, unfortunately. That's okay.
It happens.
You can reload. Actually, reload the Hangout, and you.
Okay.
You can just reload roll 20 too. Sometimes that works.
Yep.
I'll be right back.
I know sometimes I need to hear it to get in the zone. It's important.
Okay.
All right. There we go.
That's the theme song?
As I pass from consciousness, feeling sensations, unbound, unrestricted pain, mundane, neutral sensations are overwhelming. And I pass not into unconsciousness, but to the dream, but that serene landscape. It's too much. It's too much all at once. My mind is completely open. The restraints are gone. And rather than that scene which has been described before of those gentle hues of orange and of green and viridian, it is not that rolling scintillation. It's not a nightmare. It is just the pure, the raw, the unstoppable force of potentiality. That sky is dark purples like the foulest of storm. It rains with visions reflected in the droplets of oily water. Land masses form and break away and reform again, shapes and smells and sensations, all of them. Almost everything I've ever perceived, everything I've never perceived. The massive heat of the jungles of Millica. How do I know that? I have never been there, but I know it, and yet I feel it all. I feel my mind, my soul, my dream self being torn, being split asunder within myself. The mind of Gavuyish, of David Anzelon, and so much of it having been projected outwards towards this ancient mind, but yet I still think with stopping and halting thoughts and shuddered mental concepts. The image of Rose still in my mind's eye. The image. No, it must be hope. Even now. The precipice of such darkness. At the despairing end of such things. An orc fallen to dim and kind, willing to unravel the world as has been prophesied since the beginning of cycles. No! 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 I scream and cry out, no, for opiate grows with strength, even with my pain, with the pain and despair. No, not despair. This ancient mind, Typhon, human, Hibben, thousands upon thousands of those yet unborn, those who have been born, have made this place. Opiate is us, and we are opiate, and we yet live forever in this land where anything is possible. And it will come to pass. I feel the foul presence, the mind of WtRoF. Darkness removed, a mind that no longer taints the dream, and I see with splinting and shattered eyes, multiple gazes on the half-conscious form and the malformed dreams of Rose, a fever-addled mind. Yet she lives, but what taint has been unleashed upon her? Yet no, even here, nightmares I yet dream still. And what wondrous horrors, what frightening splendors will heighten and inspire the mind and the heart? Demons are not of this world, and you have seen so much, young Rose. And your pain will be a sacrifice that will save all life. You were right, Ishka. This world is dead. There is no hope. Not here. Not upon Kvegathale. But in dreams. In dreams. And with that I fade back into the roiling storm of mental emotions.
With each day that passes, I learn more about my new self, my capabilities, my strengths, my weaknesses. It seems I've gained somewhat of an immunity to many things, though I can't say I value it much. The inability to interact with those that I love is very discouraging. Yet, I have little to fear of normal physical dangers, but that thing in the woods, that beautiful, horrible thing, what was that? How could she so easily snuff out Wu? Is she in the town now? She spoke of wanting more. But then another problem presented itself. That creature that was so clearly tainted with evil, dark magic. It had to be destroyed. I never considered myself to be much of a fighting man, but it seems these new capabilities give me strength where I previously had little. But I can't let it get to me. It was nearly intoxicating, taking the life from that thing. I must admit, I was eager to finish the job before WtRoF came. He certainly scared me straight with his final blow, destroying that thing's soul. I suppose that's what it was. I'm just glad that I'm still in his good graces. But I wonder, is there a limit to that? A timer? Each day that I gained one answer, two more questions. And again, Muahal. I find myself questioning him now. Where once I had sure trust, now I wonder. In the face of danger, what did he do? He hid inside his dream? Perhaps he was preparing something else. I don't know for certain yet. I hope I'm wrong. But it seemed that he decided to cower inside there. That inaction, that will help no one. And so again, it shows me that this dream that he reveres is as immaterial as it sounds. He needs to wake up, see the world for what it is, and do what he can there. Even I, in my diminished state, still seek ways to interact with that world and help, rather than hide and cower and despair. My work isn't finished.
In this gloomy landscape, a place of strange people. They're not Vikish. They are weaker, fragile. They cling to each other, and yet will do my duties. Matters not where I go. Matters not where I must be. When I was in that cave, when I met that monster, Hishka, I saw him in that cave. I saw a piece of me, a dark part of me, or perhaps that would have been me if those things found where I hid. There is not a day that you are not on my mind. You are fair. You are compassionate. You saw truth. You saw hope. You saw a boy broken, forgotten, discarded, a bastard son to be left to ruin. You came to me in that cave, armed in your blades and furs of white. You strode in that darkness. I must have looked horrible. I must have looked like a monster, some degenerate, a filthy thing. You did not stride away from me. You stepped closer. It's that dim light. I snuffed it out, but still you came closer. Your fair skin, icy blue as it is, your white hair, and your piercing white eyes, as if the very snow of Niflheim came to me. I failed my charge. I failed my lord. Failed myself. But what am I without duty, without direction, without a cause? How am I going to make my way in this land? These people don't like me. Their looks, they think me a villain. Perhaps they see that part of me which I do not want to see. Maybe I am everything they make me out to be. No. No. Your white words have come to my mind. I have read them. I memorize them. Every morning I read them. The cold stillness of your wisdom stills my own mind and heart. Focused action. You gave me meaning. You trained me. You put sword in hand. You gave me purpose, duty, my honor, my name, which I had not known. A no-name bastard, not fitting for Nasnax. No, for Kandu. Kandu. Castio. I have a name. I have a duty. Though I have failed it, I failed it. I will find my new path. I will survive, and I will continue on.
Rikandu.
Corruption. All but them are corruptible. Page 3 of the Lexicon of the Breathing Earth, paragraph 2nd, first sentence. I remember now. The beast was waiting for us. We had all the time in the world. It wasn't going to act until we were there. I saw the eyes of my brother, as if it was a silent promise that I would do as I usually do. I see her body convulsing, the signs of her taint, the signs of corruption. I failed. Why did I fail? Hishka. Hishka was, he just, another person I trusted and I shouldn't have, but he gave in to despair and tried to fight and kill and destroy everything in which he may see hope. I thought that would gonna happen to someone. I didn't expect it to be him. I didn't see the signs on him, but I knew when Muahal put my sister there, I knew that someone would go into despair. Someone would have enough pain. Someone will feel offended by the blatant ignorance but how incorruptible she appears. I knew it, yet I doubted myself. Where Hishka wanted to destroy hope, Muahal was drunk in it. Muahal could only see hope, could not see the suffering, could not see the evil thoughts in people's minds, could just see what he wanted to see. Where I needed his words, where I needed him to destroy this beast, in the middle of his sentence he went out. The only moment that I really needed his words, he went out. I told him what would happen to him if anything happened to my sister for his fault. I told him. And I knew I was talking Moorish. I wanted to see if that fucking arrogant imbecile would even ask me what I said. But I knew he wouldn't. I knew he would just see it as some other passion, something that will surely not happen because Atlas is good. Atlas is full of love. He's full of passion, that he loves his family. Surely this will go well. I won't even ask him what he said to me. I wouldn't even ask him if he meant it. Oh, I meant it. For a second you had a chance to make a difference. With your words, save my sister, correct the mistake you have done. No, but this time I will not make the mistake that I did before. I will not let doubt, but I will not even let emotion, rage blind me. You will be right this time. I will not do unto you as I said I would. You're lucky that wasn't a promise. All but the Mar are corruptible. Page 3 of the Lexicon of the Breathing Earth, paragraph 2nd, first sentence. I know what I have to do now. I know. There is no doubt. There is no doubt.
And it is with this grim ending, with Rose afflicted by the demonic possession of disease spreading through her, that we end this session. And we also say a goodbye and a thank you to the player of Hishka, Adrian, who unfortunately due to some real-life situations will not be able to continue with us, but in this moment I wanted to make sure there was at least a memorable exit for him. And I hope it was memorable for you all, and let's see what consequences this will bring in the future of the day Tehul died.